Asosiasi Peneliti dan Pengajar Ilmu Hukum Indonesia, APPIHI, adalah organisasi yang unggul sebagai wadah bagi ilmuwan peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia dalam memajukan peradaban bangsa. APPIHI didirikan pada tanggal 6 Desember 2023, selanjutnya berproses dan diresmikan sesuai dengan Keputusan Menteri Hukum dan Hak Asasi Manusia Republik Indonesia Nomor AHU 000078A01 07 Tahun 2020. Asosiasi dan Pengajar Ilmu Hukum Indonesia pada tanggal 5 Januari 2024 di Semarang. Organisasi ini mendukung pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan, memfasilitasi pertukaran ide, penelitian dan pemahaman antara para ilmuwan ilmu peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia, guna mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan yang berkualitas dan relevan dengan kebutuhan masyarakat Indonesia. APPIHI mendorong kolaborasi dan sinergi antar peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum, diantaranya menyelenggarakan kegiatan ilmiah, seminar, konferensi, dan forum diskusi. Melalui kolaborasi tersebut, diharapkan dapat ditemukan solusi atas permasalahan sosial dan kemanusiaan yang kompleks dalam kerangka pengembangan ilmu hukum di Indonesia. APPIHI berperan sebagai wadah advokasi bagi ilmuwan hukum untuk mendukung pembangunan hukum yang berkesinambungan, mendorong peran strategis peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia dalam pembangunan berkelanjutan di Indonesia, sehingga hasil-hasil penelitian dan pemikiran ilmiah dapat memberikan kontribusi nyata bagi kemajuan dan kesejahteraan masyarakat. Dalam peningkatan kapasitas anggota, APPIHI menyediakan program pendidikan dan pelatihan untuk meningkatkan kapasitas anggota dalam penelitian dan pengajaran ilmu hukum di Indonesia, guna menciptakan ilmuwan yang profesional dan berdaya saing tinggi. Visi: membangun atmosfer akademik terbaik. APPIHI sebagai wadah unggul berkarya dan berinovasi bagi peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia yang visioner, inklusif, altruistis, dan kontributif dalam memajukan peradaban bangsa. Misi: 1. Mengadakan kegiatan ilmiah bagi peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia yang kompetitif dan progresif. 2. Mempererat tali silaturahmi sesama anggota APPIHI dengan memperkuat budaya akademik yang berbasis nilai-nilai Pancasila. 3. Meningkatkan peran serta APPIHI dalam kehidupan masyarakat yang sadar dan patuh dalam berbudaya hukum. Tujuan perkumpulan adalah di bidang ilmu pengetahuan, yaitu 1. Mewadahi dan memperkuat jaringan ilmuwan, menjadi tempat berkumpulnya para ilmuwan, peneliti, akademisi, dan praktisi bidang peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia untuk saling berkolaborasi dan bertukar pengalaman guna memperkuat jaringan ilmiah sekaligus membangun kolaborasi yang dapat memperkaya perumusan kebijakan hukum dalam pembangunan sistem hukum yang responsif dan berkualitas. 2. Mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan yang berdaya guna dan berkualitas dengan mendorong dan mendukung pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan di bidang peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia agar dapat memberikan manfaat dan kontribusi yang nyata bagi kemajuan masyarakat dan pembangunan bangsa. 3. Menjadi rujukan dan pusat informasi ilmiah, menyediakan dan menyebarkan informasi ilmiah, hasil penelitian, dan pemikiran terkini di bidang peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia untuk menjadi rujukan bagi para ilmuwan, praktisi, dan masyarakat umum. 4. Menggalang dukungan dan partisipasi masyarakat, pemerintah, dan pihak-pihak terkait untuk mendukung dan berpartisipasi dalam pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan di bidang peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia sebagai upaya mencapai tujuan pembangunan berkelanjutan dan kesejahteraan masyarakat. APPIHI tidak hanya menjadi wadah untuk pengembangan ilmu hukum, tetapi juga berperan penting dalam mempengaruhi kebijakan hukum dan memajukan peradaban bangsa melalui kontribusi ilmiah yang konkret.
Selamat datang di LPKD, Lembaga Pengembangan Kinerja Dosen, mitra strategis perguruan tinggi dalam meningkatkan kualitas dosen menuju pendidikan yang unggul dan berdaya saing. Kami hadir untuk mendukung pengembangan SDM dosen secara terintegrasi dan berkelanjutan. Visi dan misi kami mendorong kinerja dan inovasi dosen melalui riset, kolaborasi, teknologi, dan pengembangan berstandar global. LPKD mempunyai unggulan layanan yaitu pendampingan akreditasi jurnal, pendampingan akreditasi institusi, kolaborasi perguruan tinggi dengan asosiasi, badan penerbit, simpati cloud, sewa server repository, IO seminar nasional dan internasional, dan Skirepaidi. LPKD mempersembahkan APPIHI dan IFREL sebagai asosiasi nasional dan internasional. APPIHI, Asosiasi Pengelola Jurnal Indonesia, mendukung pengelola jurnal dengan pelatihan dan pendampingan untuk meningkatkan kualitas dosen dan peneliti di Indonesia. Layanan unggulan APPIHI yaitu DUI by APPIHI dan Berita Kampusku. LPKD mempersembahkan IFREL, International Forum of Research and Lecture. IFREL bertujuan mendorong kolaborasi global untuk meningkatkan kualitas riset, pengabdian, dan pendidikan, serta menjadi wadah bagi akademisi dalam menjawab tantangan global. Selamat datang di Asosiasi Pengelola Jurnal Indonesia, APPIHI, wadah resmi pengelola jurnal ilmiah di Indonesia yang hadir dengan semangat kolaborasi untuk mendukung tata kelola profesional dan berstandar internasional. Sebagai penghubung antara pengelola jurnal, akademisi, peneliti, dan lembaga pendidikan, APPIHI berkomitmen meningkatkan kualitas publikasi ilmiah Indonesia agar dikenal dan bersaing di tingkat global. Sebagai asosiasi nasional, APPIHI memberikan berbagai layanan unggulan, pelatihan dan workshop OJS, pendampingan akreditasi Sinta dan indeksasi internasional, layanan sponsorship crossref, penerbitan DOI, serta manajemen metadata, konsultasi dan sharing knowledge, kolaborasi penelitian dan seminar ilmiah, serta layanan Skirepaidi, inovasi terbaru untuk mendukung mutu, akuntabilitas, dan mendukung dan reputasi jurnal ilmiah di Indonesia. APPIHI, sponsor resmi Crossref di Indonesia, membantu lebih dari 300 jurnal menerbitkan DOI cepat dan terjangkau, sekaligus meningkatkan visibilitas serta reputasi akademik.
Asosiasi Peneliti dan Pengajar Ilmu Hukum Indonesia, APPIHI, adalah organisasi yang unggul sebagai wadah bagi ilmuwan peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia dalam memajukan peradaban bangsa. APPIHI didirikan pada tanggal 6 Desember 2023 selanjutnya berproses dan diresmikan sesuai dengan Keputusan Menteri Hukum dan Hak Asasi Manusia Republik Indonesia Nomor AHU 000078A01. 07 Tahun 2024 tentang pengesahan pendirian Asosiasi Peneliti dan Pengajar Ilmu Hukum Indonesia pada tanggal 5 Januari 2024 di Semarang. Organisasi ini mendukung pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan, memfasilitasi pertukaran ide, penelitian dan pemahaman antara para ilmuwan ilmu peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia, guna mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan yang berkualitas dan relevan dengan kebutuhan masyarakat Indonesia. APPIHI mendorong kolaborasi dan sinergi antar peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum, diantaranya menyelenggarakan kegiatan ilmiah, seminar, konferensi, dan forum diskusi. Melalui kolaborasi tersebut, diharapkan dapat ditemukan solusi atas permasalahan sosial dan kemanusiaan yang kompleks dalam kerangka pengembangan ilmu hukum di Indonesia. APPIHI berperan sebagai wadah advokasi bagi ilmuwan hukum untuk mendukung pembangunan hukum yang berkesinambungan, mendorong peran strategis peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia dalam pembangunan berkelanjutan di Indonesia, sehingga hasil-hasil penelitian dan pemikiran ilmiah dapat memberikan kontribusi nyata bagi kemajuan dan kesejahteraan masyarakat. Dalam peningkatan kapasitas anggota, APPIHI menyediakan program pendidikan dan pelatihan untuk meningkatkan kapasitas anggota dalam penelitian dan pengajaran ilmu hukum di Indonesia, guna menciptakan ilmuwan yang profesional dan berdaya saing tinggi. Visi: membangun atmosfer akademik terbaik APPIHI sebagai wadah unggul berkarya dan berinovasi bagi peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia yang visioner, inklusif, altruistis, dan kontributif dalam memajukan peradaban bangsa. Misi: 1. Mengadakan kegiatan ilmiah bagi peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia yang kompetitif dan progresif. 2. Mempererat tali silaturahmi sesama anggota APPIHI dengan memperkuat budaya akademik yang berbasis nilai-nilai Pancasila. 3. Meningkatkan peran serta APPIHI dalam kehidupan masyarakat yang sadar dan patuh dalam berbudaya hukum. Tujuan perkumpulan adalah di bidang ilmu pengetahuan yaitu 1. Mewadahi dan memperkuat jaringan ilmuwan, menjadi tempat berkumpulnya para ilmuwan, peneliti, akademisi, dan praktisi bidang peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia untuk saling berkolaborasi dan bertukar pengalaman guna memperkuat jaringan ilmiah sekaligus membangun kolaborasi yang dapat memperkaya perumusan kebijakan hukum dalam pembangunan sistem hukum yang responsif dan berkualitas. 2. Mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan yang berdaya guna dan berkualitas dengan mendorong dan mendukung pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan di bidang peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia agar dapat memberikan manfaat dan kontribusi yang nyata bagi kemajuan masyarakat dan pembangunan bangsa. 3. Menjadi rujukan dan pusat informasi ilmiah, menyediakan dan menyebarkan informasi ilmiah, hasil penelitian, dan pemikiran terkini di bidang peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia untuk menjadi rujukan bagi para ilmuwan, praktisi, dan masyarakat umum. 4. Menggalang dukungan dan partisipasi masyarakat, pemerintah, dan pihak-pihak terkait untuk mendukung dan berpartisipasi dalam pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan di bidang peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia sebagai upaya mencapai tujuan pembangunan berkelanjutan dan kesejahteraan masyarakat. APPIHI tidak hanya menjadi wadah untuk pengembangan ilmu hukum, tetapi juga berperan penting dalam mempengaruhi kebijakan hukum dan memajukan peradaban bangsa melalui kontribusi ilmiah yang konkret.
Selamat datang di LPKD, Lembaga Pengembangan Kinerja Dosen, mitra strategis perguruan tinggi dalam meningkatkan kualitas dosen menuju pendidikan yang unggul dan berdaya saing. Kami hadir untuk mendukung pengembangan SDM dosen secara terintegrasi dan berkelanjutan. Visi dan misi kami mendorong kinerja dan inovasi dosen melalui riset, kolaborasi, teknologi, dan pengembangan berstandar global. LPKD mempunyai unggulan layanan yaitu pendampingan akreditasi jurnal, pendampingan akreditasi institusi, kolaborasi perguruan tinggi dengan asosiasi, badan penerbit, simpati cloud, sewa server repository, IO seminar nasional dan internasional, dan Skirep-ID. LPKD mempersembahkan APPIHI dan IFREL sebagai asosiasi nasional dan internasional. APPIHI, Asosiasi Pengelola Jurnal Indonesia, mendukung pengelola jurnal dengan pelatihan dan pendampingan untuk meningkatkan kualitas dosen dan peneliti di Indonesia. Layanan unggulan APPIHI yaitu DUI by APPIHI dan Berita Kampusku. LPKD mempersembahkan IFREL, International Forum of Research and Lecture. IFREL bertujuan mendorong kolaborasi global untuk meningkatkan kualitas riset, pengabdian, dan pendidikan, serta menjadi wadah bagi akademisi dalam menjawab tantangan global. Selamat datang di Asosiasi Pengelola Jurnal Indonesia, APPIHI. Wadah resmi pengelola jurnal ilmiah di Indonesia yang hadir dengan semangat kolaborasi untuk mendukung tata kelola profesional dan berstandar internasional. Sebagai penghubung antara pengelola jurnal, akademisi, peneliti, dan lembaga pendidikan, APPIHI berkomitmen meningkatkan kualitas publikasi ilmiah Indonesia agar dikenal dan bersaing di tingkat global. Sebagai asosiasi nasional, APPIHI memberikan berbagai layanan unggulan, pelatihan dan workshop OJS, pendampingan akreditasi Sinta dan indeksasi internasional, layanan sponsorship crossref, penerbitan DOI, serta manajemen metadata, konsultasi dan sharing knowledge, kolaborasi penelitian dan seminar ilmiah, serta layanan Skirep-ID, inovasi terbaru untuk mendukung mutu, akuntabilitas, dan mendukung dan reputasi jurnal ilmiah di Indonesia. APPIHI, sponsor resmi Crossref di Indonesia, membantu lebih dari 300 jurnal menerbitkan DOI cepat dan terjangkau, sekaligus meningkatkan visibilitas serta reputasi akademik.
Asosiasi Peneliti dan Pengajar Ilmu Hukum Indonesia, APPIHI, adalah organisasi yang unggul sebagai wadah bagi ilmuwan peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia dalam memajukan peradaban bangsa. APPIHI didirikan pada tanggal 6 Desember 2023 selanjutnya berproses dan diresmikan sesuai dengan Keputusan Menteri Hukum dan Hak Asasi Manusia Republik Indonesia Nomor AHU 000078A01. 07 tahun 2024 tentang pengesahan pendirian Asosiasi Peneliti dan Pengajar Ilmu Hukum Indonesia pada tanggal 5 Januari 2024 di Semarang. Organisasi ini mendukung pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan, memfasilitasi pertukaran ide, penelitian dan pemahaman antara para ilmuwan ilmu peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia, guna mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan yang berkualitas dan relevan dengan kebutuhan masyarakat Indonesia. APPIHI mendorong kolaborasi dan sinergi antar peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum, diantaranya menyelenggarakan kegiatan ilmiah, seminar, konferensi, dan forum diskusi. Melalui kolaborasi tersebut, diharapkan dapat ditemukan solusi atas permasalahan sosial dan kemanusiaan yang kompleks dalam kerangka pengembangan ilmu hukum di Indonesia. APPIHI berperan sebagai wadah advokasi bagi ilmuwan hukum untuk mendukung pembangunan hukum yang berkesinambungan, mendorong peran strategis peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia dalam pembangunan berkelanjutan di Indonesia, sehingga hasil-hasil penelitian dan pemikiran ilmiah dapat memberikan kontribusi nyata bagi kemajuan dan kesejahteraan masyarakat. Dalam peningkatan kapasitas anggota, APPIHI menyediakan program pendidikan dan pelatihan untuk meningkatkan kapasitas anggota dalam penelitian dan pengajaran ilmu hukum di Indonesia, guna menciptakan ilmuwan yang profesional dan berdaya saing tinggi. Visi, Membangun atmosfer akademik terbaik APPIHI sebagai wadah unggul berkarya dan berinovasi bagi peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia yang visioner, inklusif, altruistis, dan kontributif dalam memajukan peradaban bangsa. Misi 1. Mengadakan kegiatan ilmiah bagi peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia yang kompetitif dan progresif. 2. Mempererat tali silaturahmi sesama anggota APPIHI dengan memperkuat budaya akademik yang berbasis nilai-nilai Pancasila. 3. Meningkatkan peran serta APPIHI dalam kehidupan masyarakat yang sadar dan patuh dalam berbudaya hukum. Tujuan perkumpulan adalah di bidang ilmu pengetahuan yaitu 1. Mewadahi dan memperkuat jaringan ilmuwan, menjadi tempat berkumpulnya para ilmuwan, peneliti, akademisi, dan praktisi bidang peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia untuk saling berkolaborasi dan bertukar pengalaman guna memperkuat jaringan ilmiah sekaligus membangun kolaborasi yang dapat memperkaya perumusan kebijakan hukum dalam pembangunan sistem hukum yang responsif dan berkualitas. 2. Mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan yang berdaya guna dan berkualitas dengan mendorong dan mendukung pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan di bidang peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia agar dapat memberikan manfaat dan kontribusi yang nyata bagi kemajuan masyarakat dan pembangunan bangsa. 3. Menjadi rujukan dan pusat informasi ilmiah, menyediakan dan menyebarkan informasi ilmiah, hasil penelitian, dan pemikiran terkini di bidang peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia untuk menjadi rujukan bagi para ilmuwan, praktisi, dan masyarakat umum. 4. Menggalang dukungan dan partisipasi masyarakat, pemerintah, dan pihak-pihak terkait untuk mendukung dan berpartisipasi dalam pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan di bidang peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia sebagai upaya mencapai tujuan pembangunan berkelanjutan dan kesejahteraan masyarakat. APPIHI tidak hanya menjadi wadah untuk pengembangan ilmu hukum, tetapi juga berperan penting dalam mempengaruhi kebijakan hukum dan memajukan peradaban bangsa melalui kontribusi ilmiah yang konkret.
say goodbye. I was driving you home. Even if I go, even if I stay, I'm chasing higher when I'm running after you. You got that something that I never wanna lose, yeah.
Selamat datang di LPKD, Lembaga Pengembangan Kinerja Dosen, mitra strategis perguruan tinggi dalam meningkatkan kualitas dosen menuju pendidikan yang unggul dan berdaya saing. Kami hadir untuk mendukung pengembangan SDM dosen secara terintegrasi dan berkelanjutan. Visi dan misi kami mendorong kinerja dan inovasi dosen melalui riset, kolaborasi, teknologi, dan pengembangan berstandar global. LPKD mempunyai unggulan layanan yaitu pendampingan akreditasi jurnal, pendampingan akreditasi institusi, kolaborasi perguruan tinggi dengan asosiasi, badan penerbit, simpati cloud, sewa server repositori, IO seminar nasional dan internasional, dan Skirepaidi. LPKD mempersembahkan APPIHI dan IFREL sebagai asosiasi nasional dan internasional. APPIHI, Asosiasi Pengelola Jurnal Indonesia, mendukung pengelola jurnal dengan pelatihan dan pendampingan untuk meningkatkan kualitas dosen dan peneliti di Indonesia. Layanan unggulan APPIHI yaitu DUI by APPIHI dan Berita Kampusku. LPKD mempersembahkan IFREL, International Forum of Research and Lecture. IFREL bertujuan mendorong kolaborasi global untuk meningkatkan kualitas riset, pengabdian, dan pendidikan, serta menjadi wadah bagi akademisi dalam menjawab tantangan global. Selamat datang.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony of the international webinar and scientific analysis discussion on navigating global complexity, dynamics of international law in a multipolar era will begin in just a brief moment. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, and warm greetings to all of you. Before we begin, allow me to respectfully extend my greetings to the Excellencies members of the Advisory Board of APPIHI, the Honorable members of the Honorary Council of APPIHI, the Honorable Chairman of APPIHI, the Honorable distinguished speakers and moderators, distinguished guests, lecturers, students, members of APPIHI, and all participants joining this international webinar. Good morning from Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to welcome you to the international webinar and scientific analysis discussion with the theme Navigating Global Complexity, Dynamics of International Law in a Multipolar Era. This event is hosted by APPIHI, Asosiasi Peneliti dan Pengajar Ilmu Hukum Indonesia. My name is Manika and I'm honored to serve as your Master of Ceremonies for today's event. To begin our event with respect and unity, let us remain in respectful posture for the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Thank you for your cooperation. Next, continue to express our gratitude and to seek blessings for the smooth running of today's event. Let us begin with a moment of prayer according to our respective beliefs. Mari kita berdoa sesuai kepercayaan masing-masing. Let us pray. Berdoa dimulai. Berdoa selesai. Thank you everyone. May today's event run smoothly and bring meaningful benefits to all of us. Before we proceed to the next agenda, we kindly invite all participants to turn on your cameras for our virtual group photo. Kami mohon kepada para peserta untuk menyalakan kameranya karena akan ada pengambilan foto bersama. We invite all participants to turn on your cameras for our virtual group photo. Kami mohon kepada para peserta untuk menyalakan kameranya karena akan ada pengambilan foto bersama. Get ready everyone. 3, 2, 1. Wonderful, thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, it is now my privilege to welcome our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Satya Arinanto SHMH, the Honorary Counsel of APPIHI from Universitas Indonesia. Prof. Satya, are you already here?
Okay, thank you very much, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. As we know, the international legal order is undergoing significant transformation as the global system shifts from a unipolar or bipolar structure toward multipolarity in a multipolar era. Power is dispersed among several major states, regional powers, and influential non-state actors. This diffusion of authority profoundly affects how international law is created, interpreted, and enforced. One key dynamic of international law in a multipolar world is the diversion of norm-making processes. Emerging powers increasingly participate in shaping treaties, customary international law, and international institutional practices. Their legal tradition and political priorities, often emphasizing sovereignty, non-intervention, and non-development, challenge norms that were historically influenced by Western liberal values. As a result, international law becomes more pluralistic, reflecting a broader range of interests and perspectives. This multipolarity also affects compliance and enforcement. The absence of a single dominant power capable of consistently enforcing legal norms weakens centralized enforcement mechanism in international enforcement mechanism. International institutions may face political deadlock, while states effectively comply with international obligations based on strategic considerations. Competing interpretation of international law, particularly in areas such as the use of force, human rights, and maritime law, become more visible and contested. At the same time, a multipolar era encourages adaptive and innovative legal approaches. Regional legal regimes, informal agreements, and soft law instruments increasingly complement traditional treaty-based systems. These mechanisms allow states to cooperate pragmatically on transitional issues such as climate change, global trade, digital governance, and public health, even in the absence of universal consensus. In conclusion, the dynamics of international law in a multipolar era are marked by both tension and transformations. While power diffusion challenges coherence and enforcement, it also promotes inclusivity and responsiveness within the international legal system. The sustainability of international law will depend on its capacity to accommodate diversity while maintaining shared principles that support global order and cooperation. Thank you for your kind attention and cooperation.
Thank you very much, Professor Satya, for your insightful keynote address. Next, we are honored to hear the welcome speech from Professor Dr. Retno Saraswati SHM Hum, the Advisory Board of APPIHI from Universitas Diponegoro. Prof. Retno?
Thank you, Miss Ratna. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished speaker, respected colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome to the international webinar and scientific analysis discussion entitled Navigating Global Complexity, Dynamic of International Law in a Multipolar Era, organized by the Indonesian Association of Legal Researchers and Lecturers, or APPIHI. At the outset of this webinar, allow me to extend my highest respect and warm welcome to the Honorable Chairman of the Board of Trustees of APPIHI, Professor Dr. Litatis A.L.W. SHM Hum, and the Chairman of APPIHI, Mr. Ringga Kusuma Putra, SMH.MM, for the dedication to the advancement of legal scholarship in Indonesia, including the initiatives such as this webinar. 2, the Honorable Professor Dr. Satya Arinanto, SHMH from Universitas Indonesia. 3, Professor Dr. Sefriani SHM Hum from Universitas Islam Indonesia. Allow me also to extend our highest respect to the presence of our distinguished speaker, whose expertise represents diverse perspectives from different jurisdiction and legal condition. 1, Professor Frank S. Refit from Michigan State University College of Law, United States, and Professor Edwardus Johnevicius from the Faculty of Law and Administration, University of Gdańsk, Poland. 3, Profesor Dr. Emi Latifah, SHMH, from Universitas 11 Maret, Indonesia. 4, Associate Professor Dr. Sony Zulhuda from the International Islamic University, Malaysia. 5, for Professor Tommy Suryo Utomo, LLM, PhD, from Universitas Jana Batra Indonesia. Dr. Yan Mahardika Sahid Budi Harseno from Kyungsung University, South Korea. And finally, all participants of this webinar, both from Indonesia and from both, your presence show our shared commitment to meaningful legal discussion in today's complex global environment. Ladies and gentlemen, the international system is undergoing a profound transformation from a unipolar to a multipolar order. This has placed international law under increasing pressure as geopolitical rivalry, institutional challenge, economic coercion, and emerging cyber threats test the effectiveness of existing legal framework. At at the same time, global issues such as climate change, digital governance, and transnational security underscore the urgent need for strong, rule-based international cooperation. For Indonesia, as a middle power operating within complex global and regional dynamic, this development call for a proactive, principled, and adaptive legal approach, one that upholds strategic autonomy while maintaining a strong commitment to the rule of international law. This webinar intended as an academic and policy-oriented forum that critically engaged with this challenge and to explore how international law can remain relevant, credible, and effective in a multipolar era. We hope this discussion will contribute not only to scholarly discourse, but also to the formulation of practical legal and diplomatic responses for the future. On behalf of APPIHI, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to all speakers, moderator, and participants for taking part in the important forum. With that, I officially welcome you all and wish as a productive and insightful webinar. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and enjoy the discussion.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Professor Retno, for your inspiring remarks. And now we will proceed to the opening speeches. And we are honored to invite Mr. Rengga Kusuma Putra SHM HMM, the chairperson of APPIHI, to deliver the first opening speech. Mr. Rengga, you may begin.
Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Pancasila. Miss Galuh, allow me to give a speech in bahasa. Yang terhormat Dewan Kehormatan APPIHI, Profesor Dr. Satya Arinanto SHMH, yang saya hormati Dewan Pembina APPIHI, Profesor Dr. Lita Tiesta Adilistiawardani SHM Hum selaku Ketua Dewan Pembina APPIHI, Profesor Dr. Ani Purwanti SHM Hum selaku Wakil Ketua Dewan Pembina APPIHI, Profesor Dr. Retno Saraswati SHM Hum, Profesor Dr. Sefriani SHM Hum, dan para Dewan Pembina APPIHI yang selama ini menjadi rujukan intelektual dan moral bagi perjalanan APPIHI tentunya. Yang saya hormati pula para pembicara dari berbagai negara dan institusi ternama tentunya. Yang pertama, Associate Profesor Dr. Sony Zulhuda dari International Islamic University Malaysia. Apa kabar? Ini kebetulan Dr. Sony Zulhuda ini juga aslinya sebenarnya orang Indonesia, begitu. Kemudian yang kedua, Profesor Edward, University of Jeddah. I remember the winner of Miss Supranational from Indonesia, Harasta Haifa Zahra, who was held in Poland during the Q&A session. She did not forget to say Zinkria, which means thank you, terima kasih in bahasa, and brought Indonesia names to international stage. Yang ketiga, Profesor Dr. Emi Latifa ya, dari Universitas 11 Maret. Kemudian Profesor Tommy Suryo Utomo, SHLM PhD dari Universitas Jana Badra Yogyakarta. Kemudian Profesor Frank S. Raffich dari Michigan State University College of Law, USA. Ya. Thank you. Konnichiwa, Professor. Despite your heavy workload, ya. You still found time collaborate with APPIHI and now you are even in Japan. Ya, jadi Profesor Revit ini sekarang sedang mengajar juga di Jepang. Kemudian yang terakhir ini ada uh, Mas Rian Mahardika Sahid Budiharseno PhD dari Kyungsung University, Korea Selatan ya. Ini Mas Rian ini juga aslinya orang Indonesia. Kita patut berbangga hati karena Mas Rian ini menjadi salah satu dosen di kampus ternama di Korea Selatan. Annyeonghaseyo, Gamsahamnida means apa kabar dan terima kasih in bahasa gitu. Dan tentu saja apresiasi yang sangat mendalam ya. Saya sampaikan kepada Ketua Panitia Dr. Linda Ikawati SHMH, Ketua Panitia sekaligus Sekretaris Jenderal APPIHI yang bersama-sama dengan seluruh tim yang sangat kompak sekali telah bekerja tanpa jeda untuk menghadirkan forum ilmiah bertaraf internasional tentunya. Bapak Ibu sekalian, tema yang kita angkat kali ini bukan sekedar respon terhadap perubahan global tentunya, tetapi refleksi atas sebuah realitas di mana dinamika internasional ini tidak dapat kemudian dipahami melalui lensa unipolar saja yang pernah dominan begitu. Kompleksitas geopolitik, kemudian ada kompetisi teknologi, ada serta meningkatnya isu kemanusiaan menuntut kita untuk meninggalkan kenyamanan asumsi yang lama. Karena itu kehadiran para pembicara begitu dengan latar belakang keilmuan dan tradisi hukum yang kemudian berbeda itu menjadi sangat penting. Mereka tidak hanya kemudian membawa perspektif, tetapi juga memaksa kita untuk menguji begitu, menguji kembali cara kita untuk membaca, kemudian mengajarkan, bahkan kemudian mengembangkan hukum internasional. Lah, di dunia multipolar, ketajaman analisis ini kemudian tidak cukup bila tidak kemudian disertai dengan keberanian mempertanyakan dasar-dasar konseptual yang kemudian selama ini dianggap mapan begitu. Lah di titik inilah kemudian APPIHI ingin mengambil peran begitu. Kami tidak ingin menjadi organisasi yang hanya mengulang narasi normatif tentang globalisasi atau kerjasama internasional saja. Kami juga ingin mendorong diskusi yang jujur, kemudian kritis, dan berani tentunya. Diskusi yang menantang ini bias akademik kita sendiri, dan webinar ini adalah salah satu upaya yang konkret sekali ke arah itu. Saya berharap di forum ini bukan hanya menjadi renungan ruang untuk mendengar saja, tetapi ruang berinteraksi, bukan hanya menjadi agenda seremonial, tetapi menjadi percikan awal kolaborasi riset, kemudian nanti akan ada pertukaran pemikiran, dan pembentukan jejaring ilmiah tentunya yang lebih kuat seperti itu. Terima kasih kepada seluruh pembicara atas kesediaannya berbagi pengetahuan, kepada para peserta yang hadir dari Indonesia maupun dari luar begitu, serta kepada panitia yang telah bekerja dengan dedikasi penuh. Ada Bu Retno, ada Mbak Sandra, ada Mas Aziz, Mas Satria, Mas Bagus, dan masih banyak lagi yang tidak bisa saya sebutkan satu persatu. Selamat berdiskusi dan selamat memperkaya cara kita memandang dunia. Have a great discussion and enrich the way we see the world. Itu, terima kasih. Saya kembalikan ke Mbak Manika. Terima kasih. Saya akhiri. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Mr. Rengga, for your inspiring message and support for today's event. And next, we are honored to invite Professor Dr. Sefriani SHM Hum, the Advisory Board of APPIHI from Universitas Islam Indonesia, to deliver the second opening speech. Prof. Sefriani, the screen is yours. Sorry,
Masih
Prof, you're still unmute.
Oke. Ya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning everyone. Ya,
Waalaikumsalam.
as distinguished keynote speaker, yes, delivering the welcome, Professor Noswati, per person of Mr. SHMHMM, our distinguished speaker, Asor Soni Zuda, Professor Edward Juhelvicius, my Professor Emilan, Professor Tommy Suryo Utomo, Professor Franks S. Raffitz, Rian Mahardika Sahid Budi Harsono, PhD, colleagues, practitioner, student, and all participants in us today. As advisory board of APPIHI, deliver opening speech for this international webinar. Ladies and gentlemen, our today, navigating global complexity, dynamic of international law in multipolar era. Reshaping the international system. The world is moving steadily toward a multipolar configuration marked first and political, economic, and technological power. This shift generates uncertainty, intensified strategic competition, and put significant pressure on the foundation of rule-based international law. In this environment, we are witnessing growing tension between legal norm and geopolitical interests, between universal principle and strategic selectivity, and at times between aspiration from the global solidarity and reality of institution fragmentation, the paralysis of the certain dispute settlement mechanism, the rise of economic coercion, and the emergence of the complex cyber threat as illustrate how international law is being challenged in unprecedented way. For Indonesia and for many states with global south, this development underscore the need for an adaptive and strategic legal response, one that protects national rights while maintaining principal engagement with the international community. In this regard, I think he is the organization uniting Indonesian legal researcher and lecturer, carries an important mandate to provide rigorous legal analysis on the contemporary global issues, to support Indonesian commitment to a rule-based foreign policy, and to strengthen Indonesia contribution to more representative and equitable international legal order. Today's webinar is a concrete step toward fulfilling that mandate. In closing, I express my sincere appreciation to all our speakers and to the APPIHI organizing committee for their outstanding work in preparing this event. My today's discussion deepen our understanding, enhance our activity, capacity, and contribute meaningfully to the shaping a more just and effective international system and this multipolar era. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Prof. Sepriani, for your meaningful speech. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the main event for today's program, the scientific analysis discussion on navigating global complexity, dynamics of international law in a multipolar era. This discussion will be conducted in two separate sessions. Session 1 will feature 3 distinguished speakers from the United States, South Korea, and Indonesia, and will be moderated by Ms. Prisa Listening Room SHLLM from Universitas Brawijaya Indonesia. Ms. Prisa Listiningrum is an academic and expert in constitutional law, human rights law, and environmental law. She is currently a lecturer at the Faculty of Law Universitas Brawijaya and also serves as an adjunct associate professor at Australian Catholic University. She obtained her Master of Laws degree from the University of Edinburgh, United Kingdom, and has extensive experience contributing to policy formulation and sustainable development initiatives across various regions in Indonesia. Hello, Ms. Prisa.
Hello, Miss Ratna. Good morning.
Okay, morning. Next, for session 2, we'll also feature 3 distinguished speakers from Indonesia, Poland, and Malaysia, and will be moderated by Ms. Wilina Resta Hanum SHMH from Universitas Diponegoro, Indonesia. Ms. Wilina Resta Hanum currently serves as a lecturer and secretary of the Faculty Quality Assurance Team at the Faculty of Law Universitas Diponegoro, Indonesia. She completed both her undergraduate and master's degree in law at Universitas 11 Maret, Indonesia. She is actively involved in national and international research projects, particularly in the areas of good governance, environmental protection, and the protection of vulnerable groups, and is a published researcher with contribution to reputable academic journals. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this introduction of our moderators, we will officially begin with the main event. And before we begin, we need to wait for all of the speakers, and we will back at 10 morning. Kita akan menunggu dulu narasumber di jam 10 pagi.
Asosiasi Peneliti dan Pengajar Ilmu Hukum Indonesia, APPIHI, adalah organisasi yang unggul sebagai wadah bagi ilmuwan peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia dalam memajukan peradaban bangsa. APPIHI didirikan pada tanggal 6 Desember 2023, selanjutnya berproses dan diresmikan sesuai dengan Keputusan Menteri Hukum dan Hak Asasi Manusia Republik Indonesia Nomor AHU 000078A01. 07 tahun 2024 tentang pengesahan pendirian Asosiasi Peneliti dan Pengajar Ilmu Hukum Indonesia pada tanggal 5 Januari 2024 di Semarang. Organisasi ini mendukung pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan, memfasilitasi pertukaran ide, penelitian dan pemahaman antara para ilmuwan ilmu peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia, guna mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan yang berkualitas dan relevan dengan kebutuhan masyarakat Indonesia. APPIHI mendorong kolaborasi dan sinergi antar peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum, diantaranya menyelenggarakan kegiatan ilmiah, seminar, konferensi, dan forum diskusi. Melalui kolaborasi tersebut, diharapkan dapat ditemukan solusi atas permasalahan sosial dan kemanusiaan yang kompleks dalam kerangka pengembangan ilmu hukum di Indonesia. APPIHI berperan sebagai wadah advokasi bagi ilmuwan hukum untuk mendukung pembangunan hukum yang berkesinambungan, mendorong peran strategis peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia dalam pembangunan berkelanjutan di Indonesia, sehingga hasil-hasil penelitian dan pemikiran ilmiah dapat memberikan kontribusi nyata bagi kemajuan dan kesejahteraan masyarakat. Dalam peningkatan kapasitas anggota, APPIHI menyediakan program pendidikan dan pelatihan untuk meningkatkan kapasitas anggota dalam penelitian dan pengajaran ilmu hukum di Indonesia, guna menciptakan ilmuwan yang profesional dan berdaya saing tinggi. Visi: membangun atmosfer akademik terbaik. APPIHI sebagai wadah unggul berkarya dan berinovasi bagi peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia yang visioner, inklusif, altruistis, dan kontributif dalam memajukan peradaban bangsa. Misi: 1. Mengadakan kegiatan ilmiah bagi peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia yang kompetitif dan progresif. 2. Mempererat tali silaturahmi sesama anggota APPIHI dengan memperkuat budaya akademik yang berbasis nilai-nilai Pancasila. 3. Meningkatkan peran serta APPIHI dalam kehidupan masyarakat yang sadar dan patuh dalam berbudaya hukum. Tujuan perkumpulan adalah di bidang ilmu pengetahuan, yaitu 1. Mewadahi dan memperkuat jaringan ilmuwan, menjadi tempat berkumpulnya para ilmuwan, peneliti, akademisi, dan praktisi bidang peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia untuk saling berkolaborasi dan bertukar pengalaman guna memperkuat jaringan ilmiah sekaligus membangun kolaborasi yang dapat memperkaya perumusan kebijakan hukum dalam pembangunan sistem hukum yang responsif dan berkualitas. 2. Mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan yang berdaya guna dan berkualitas dengan mendorong dan mendukung pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan di bidang peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia agar dapat memberikan manfaat dan kontribusi yang nyata bagi kemajuan masyarakat dan pembangunan bangsa. 3. Menjadi rujukan dan pusat informasi ilmiah, menyediakan dan menyebarkan informasi ilmiah, hasil penelitian, dan pemikiran terkini di bidang peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia untuk menjadi rujukan bagi para ilmuwan, praktisi, dan masyarakat umum. 4. Menggalang dukungan dan partisipasi masyarakat, pemerintah, dan pihak-pihak terkait untuk mendukung dan berpartisipasi dalam pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan di bidang peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia sebagai upaya mencapai tujuan pembangunan berkelanjutan dan kesejahteraan masyarakat. APPIHI tidak hanya menjadi wadah untuk pengembangan ilmu hukum, tetapi juga berperan penting dalam mempengaruhi kebijakan hukum dan memajukan peradaban bangsa melalui kontribusi ilmiah yang konkret. Asosiasi Peneliti dan Pengajar Ilmu Hukum Indonesia, APPIHI adalah organisasi yang unggul sebagai wadah bagi ilmuwan peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia dalam memajukan peradaban bangsa. APPIHI didirikan pada tanggal 6 Desember 2023, selanjutnya berproses dan diresmikan sesuai dengan keputusan Menteri Hukum dan Hak Asasi Manusia Republik Indonesia nomor AHU 000078A01. 07 tahun 2024 tentang pengesahan pendirian Asosiasi Peneliti dan Pengajar Ilmu Hukum Indonesia pada tanggal 5 Januari 2024 di Semarang. Organisasi ini mendukung pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan, memfasilitasi pertukaran ide, penelitian dan pemahaman antara para ilmuwan ilmu peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia, guna mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan yang berkualitas dan relevan dengan kebutuhan masyarakat Indonesia. APPIHI mendorong kolaborasi dan sinergi antar peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum, diantaranya menyelenggarakan kegiatan ilmiah, seminar, konferensi, dan forum diskusi. Melalui kolaborasi tersebut, diharapkan dapat ditemukan solusi atas permasalahan sosial dan kemanusiaan yang kompleks dalam kerangka pengembangan ilmu hukum di Indonesia. APPIHI berperan sebagai wadah advokasi bagi ilmuwan hukum untuk mendukung pembangunan hukum yang berkesinambungan, mendorong peran strategis peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia dalam pembangunan berkelanjutan di Indonesia, sehingga hasil-hasil penelitian dan pemikiran ilmiah dapat memberikan kontribusi nyata bagi kemajuan dan kesejahteraan masyarakat. Dalam peningkatan kapasitas anggota, APPIHI menyediakan program pendidikan dan pelatihan untuk meningkatkan kapasitas anggota dalam penelitian dan pengajaran ilmu hukum di Indonesia, guna menciptakan ilmuwan yang profesional dan berdaya saing tinggi. Visi: membangun atmosfer akademik terbaik. APPIHI sebagai wadah unggul berkarya dan berinovasi bagi peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia yang visioner, inklusif, altruistis, dan kontributif dalam memajukan peradaban bangsa. Misi: 1. Mengadakan kegiatan ilmiah bagi peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia yang kompetitif dan progresif. 2. Mempererat tali silaturahmi sesama anggota APPIHI dengan memperkuat budaya akademik yang berbasis nilai-nilai Pancasila. 3. Meningkatkan peran serta APPIHI dalam kehidupan masyarakat yang sadar dan patuh dalam berbudaya hukum. Tujuan perkumpulan adalah di bidang ilmu pengetahuan, yaitu 1. Mewadahi dan memperkuat jaringan ilmuwan, menjadi tempat berkumpulnya para ilmuwan, peneliti, akademisi, dan praktisi bidang peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia untuk saling berkolaborasi dan bertukar pengalaman guna memperkuat jaringan ilmiah sekaligus membangun kolaborasi yang dapat memperkaya perumusan kebijakan hukum dalam pembangunan sistem hukum yang responsif dan berkualitas. 2. Mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan yang berdaya guna dan berkualitas dengan mendorong dan mendukung pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan di bidang peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia agar dapat memberikan manfaat dan kontribusi yang nyata bagi kemajuan masyarakat dan pembangunan bangsa. 3. Menjadi rujukan dan pusat informasi ilmiah, menyediakan dan menyebarkan informasi ilmiah, hasil penelitian, dan pemikiran terkini di bidang peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia untuk menjadi rujukan bagi para ilmuwan, praktisi, dan masyarakat umum. 4. Menggalang dukungan dan partisipasi masyarakat, pemerintah, dan pihak-pihak terkait untuk mendukung dan berpartisipasi dalam pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan di bidang peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia sebagai upaya mencapai tujuan pembangunan berkelanjutan dan kesejahteraan masyarakat. APPIHI tidak hanya menjadi wadah untuk pengembangan ilmu hukum, tetapi juga berperan penting dalam mempengaruhi kebijakan hukum dan memajukan peradaban bangsa melalui kontribusi ilmiah yang konkret. APPIHI didirikan pada tanggal 6 Desember 2023 selanjutnya berproses dan diresmikan sesuai dengan keputusan Menteri Hukum dan Hak Asasi Manusia Republik Indonesia nomor AHU 0000.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to the main event, I will invite the committee chairperson, Dr. Linda Ikawati, SHMH, to deliver the official report. Ms. Linda, you may begin.
Oke, terima kasih. Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swasti, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Yang saya hormati Dewan Kehormatan APPIHI, Dewan Konsorsium, Dewan Pembina APPIHI, Ketua Umum dan seluruh jajaran APPIHI. Yang saya hormati juga Bapak Ibu narasumber, para moderator yang terhormat, Bapak dan Ibu serta rekan-rekan peserta yang saya banggakan, serta seluruh pihak yang mendukung terlaksananya acara ini. Izinkan saya webinar ini diselenggarakan sebagai wadah berbagai gagasan, menggali ide-ide inovatif, ya, tentunya serta membahas secara kritis peran di mana amandemen konstitusi nasional sebagai solusi, ya, atas berbagai isu hukum melalui diskusi ini. Maka APPIHI berharap dapat memperkaya pemahaman baik secara teoritis maupun praktis agar nantinya berdampak secara nyata bagi masyarakat dan negara tentunya, ya. Pada kesempatan ini, izinkan saya melaporkan bahwa jumlah pendaftar pada webinar kali ini ada sebanyak 574 pendaftar. Yang hadir pada pagi hari ini ada 2 plafon, ada sekitar 200 peserta di dalam Zoom dan sebagaimana peserta lainnya ada di plafon YouTube, ya. Terakhir, terima kasih, saya mewakili panitia dan seluruh yang hadir mengucapkan terima kasih kepada seluruh pihak yang sudah membantu dan mendukung webinar pada pagi hari ini, yaitu dari berbagai mitra perguruan tinggi, asosiasi, dan forum diskusi hukum, akademisi, mahasiswa, serta dukungan penuh dari Dewan Konsorsium melalui APPIHI dan LPKD. Saya memohon maaf jika selama mulai persiapan, pelaksanaan, hingga berakhir acara ini masih terdapat berbagai kekurangan. Ya, semoga kegiatan ini berjalan selamat siang dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Demikian laporan ini saya sampaikan. Selamat pagi. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ms. Linda, for your report.
tentang pengesahan pendirian Asosiasi Peneliti dan Pengajar Ilmu Hukum Indonesia pada tanggal 5 Januari 2024 di Semarang. Organisasi ini mendukung pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan, memfasilitasi pertukaran ide, penelitian dan pemahaman antara para ilmuwan ilmu peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia, guna mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan yang berkualitas dan relevan dengan kebutuhan masyarakat Indonesia. APPIHI mendorong kolaborasi dan sinergi antar peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum, diantaranya menyelenggarakan kegiatan ilmiah, seminar, konferensi, dan forum diskusi. Melalui kolaborasi tersebut, diharapkan dapat ditemukan solusi atas permasalahan sosial dan kemanusiaan yang kompleks dalam kerangka pengembangan ilmu hukum di Indonesia. APPIHI berperan sebagai wadah advokasi bagi ilmuwan hukum untuk mendukung pembangunan hukum yang berkesinambungan, mendorong peran strategis peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia dalam pembangunan berkelanjutan di Indonesia, sehingga hasil-hasil penelitian dan pemikiran ilmiah dapat memberikan kontribusi nyata bagi kemajuan dan kesejahteraan masyarakat. Dalam peningkatan kapasitas anggota, APPIHI menyediakan program pendidikan dan pelatihan untuk meningkatkan kapasitas anggota dalam penelitian dan pengajaran ilmu hukum di Indonesia, guna menciptakan ilmuwan yang profesional dan berdaya saing tinggi. Visi: membangun atmosfer akademik terbaik APPIHI sebagai wadah unggul berkarya dan berinovasi bagi peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia yang visioner, inklusif, altruistis, dan kontributif dalam memajukan peradaban bangsa. Misi: 1. Mengadakan kegiatan ilmiah bagi peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia yang kompetitif dan progresif. 2. Mempererat tali silaturahmi sesama anggota APPIHI dengan memperkuat budaya akademik yang berbasis nilai-nilai Pancasila. 3. Meningkatkan peran serta APPIHI dalam kehidupan masyarakat yang sadar dan patuh dalam berbudaya hukum. Tujuan perkumpulan adalah di bidang ilmu pengetahuan yaitu 1. Mewadahi dan memperkuat jaringan ilmuwan, menjadi tempat berkumpulnya para ilmuwan, peneliti, akademisi, dan praktisi bidang peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia untuk saling berkolaborasi dan bertukar pengalaman guna memperkuat jaringan ilmiah sekaligus membangun kolaborasi yang dapat memperkaya perumusan kebijakan hukum dalam pembangunan sistem hukum yang responsif dan berkualitas. 2. Mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan yang berdaya guna dan berkualitas dengan mendorong dan mendukung pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan di bidang peneliti dan pengajar ilmu hukum Indonesia agar dapat memberikan manfaat dan kontribusi yang nyata bagi kemajuan masyarakat dan pembangunan bangsa. 3. Menjadi rujukan dan pusat informasi ilmiah, menyediakan dan menyebarkan informasi.
Okay, now we will now proceed the main event of today's program, the scientific analysis discussion on navigating global complexity, dynamics of international law in a multipolar era. With the introduction of our moderators, we officially begin the scientific analysis discussion. I now kindly hand over the entire discussion to our moderators, Ms. Prisa and Ms. Willy.
All right, thank you very much. The Mistress of Ceremony, Ms. Ratna Galuh Manika. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the international webinar and scientific discussions in this morning, held by APPIHI in the theme of navigating global complexity, the dynamics of international law in the multipolar era. In this morning, I'm going to be the moderator for the next 3 speakers, which are Professor Ravich, and then Dr. Rian, and also Professor Amy. But we are going to proceed one by one. So the first speaker will be Professor Ravich. Is Professor Ravich here already?
Yeah. Yes, I'm here.
All right. Renga told me that you are now in Japan. Is that true, Professor Ravich?
Yes, I'm in Japan. I do a lot of work here as well as I'm primarily in the US, but yeah, I do a lot of work in Japan. I speak Japanese, so it helps helps
Oh,
with here.
it's great. What time is it now in Japan?
It's a little bit after noon.
Afternoon. Oh, all
Yeah, so
right.
it's like 12:04 here.
Oh, all right. I hope we didn't disrupt your lunch time.
No. I'm working on a new book, so I'm just writing most of the day today. So it was easy to move things around.
Oh, it's very great to hear about that. So, Professor Ravich, I'm going to be your moderator for your talk. that will last for 40 minutes. You can freely use whatever you want in order to present, and then after that we're going to following up by Q&A and having some discussion on your topic. But before that, I'm going to proudly present your CV to all the participants. Is that okay?
Yes, sure.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, and also the board member of APPIHI, it's my pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Professor Frank Ravich, is Professor of Law and the Walter H. Stover Chair in Law and Religion at Michigan State University College of Law, the United States, he is doing research in Japan, and he is a leading scholar in constitutional law, law and religion, and comparative constitutional studies with particular expertise in the US and Japan. So it's fortunate for me to hear your talk, Professor Rafit, because I'm also assistant professor in constitutional law at the Faculty of Law in Universitas Brawijaya, and I'm also currently serve as a young associate professor at the Australian Catholic University.
Oh, wonderful,
Professor,
wonderful.
yeah, thank you, Professor Rafit. So, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Rafit is also a former Fulbright scholar at Doshisha University in Kyoto, and Professor Rafit has taught and conducted extensive research on Japanese constitutional law and has long engaged in comparative analysis between US and Japanese approach to law and religion. Today, in our webinar, he will speak about law and religion in the US and Japan, offering a comparative perspective on constitutional interpretation, religious freedom, and perhaps with also the role of courts, because usually it's also translated the meaning of constitutions within the livelihoods of the courts in the adjudications. So Professor Rafis, without further ado, I will give the floor for you. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will, I know the topic relate for the webinar itself relates to a lot of these issues in the multipolar context, and I will connect the US and Japanese situation to the multipolar context as well. So, and I think actually the US and Japan lend themselves well because Japan is a parliamentary system. And of course, the US is not a parliamentary system. So, and they represent two of the many different kinds of systems we're seeing in various global powers today. So as was already pointed out, my area of expertise is law and religion, primarily in the US, also in Japan, and also comparative constitutional law. So I'm going to start out by just noting, look, in the world today, there are many, many different approaches to law and religion, law and religious freedom questions, questions of separation of government and religion, and obviously, I'm going to address the two that I'm most familiar with, but the reality is that these two give us a bigger lesson, which is that you can have very, very different systems that are operating to promote or protect certain broader principles and concepts, even if they do so differently, even if they do so in different governmental systems. And I think that's really important as we move forward into sort of this new era where we've got many, many more systems, that political systems and legal systems that are important to the world stage. And so the Japan and the US are a great comparison there. So we can look at sort of, as sort of two of the more, not extreme necessarily in a negative way, but more sort of polar opposite approaches. here, as sort of a baseline, we can look at the US and China, right, who happen to be two of the bigger actors in the international stage, and they have very, very different approaches to law and religion. In the US, there is a sense of religious freedom being something that government has to protect. It's something that government should allow people to live and act out their religions in any way that isn't causing a threat to other people or society at large. And the US also has separation between church and state, or government and religion. But and I have criticisms of the current US Supreme Court and the current situation in the US on a lot of these issues. It's the book I'm writing now, but so for present purposes, the current situation is very unusual in the US. It's not, hopefully not a long-term concern. But if you compare that to China, in China, religion is viewed as more something to be regulated, right? It may be perceived as a bit more of a threat. And it's something to be regulated, something that the government should have its foot on. And there's only certain recognized religions, and even then, there's a decent bit of religious, what I think you can certainly call religious persecution, and particularly of the Uyghur and some other groups. Now, these are two kind of more on the extreme poles of the systems that are out there, but there are a lot of systems like China, and there are a lot of systems like the US, and then there's a lot that are in between. I think Japan is a really good example of one of the systems that's probably closer to the US approach, but Japan's approach is totally its own. There are some commonalities in the constitutions. So for those of you not familiar with Japanese history or Japanese legal history, after World War II, the US essentially imposed, that term is debated in Japan, but the current constitution of Japan, and in that constitution, there are principles of separation between government and religion and protection of religious freedom. But make no mistake, the Japanese people and the Japanese courts have made this their own. In other words, the US certainly influenced the Japanese Constitution's initial form, but the Japanese government, the Japanese courts, and the Japanese people, in Japanese you say, bunka, culture. The Japanese culture have had a huge influence on the way Japan understands these rights. And then also Japan is a parliamentary system. And as a parliamentary system, there is more of a civil law approach to issues, even issues including law and religion. So there's a law in Japan called the Shukyo Hojin Horitsu, which is translated as the Religious Juridical Persons Act or the Religious Corporations Act. And there is no equivalent of that law in the US. There's some overlap. There's some, law in the US under the tax code called Section 501c3 that allows nonprofits, including religious nonprofits, to not pay taxes. There are provisions in the Japanese law that are similar to that, but the Japanese law is much more similar to the Religious Corporations Acts that we see in Europe, that we see in some of the ASEAN countries, that we see around in other places around the world. I think we'll start with the commonalities here. The first is that both the US and Japan have concepts of separation of government and religion. Now, I will say, because this is something I'm writing about now, unfortunately, the US Supreme Court recently has, I think, done great damage to the separation of politics and religion in the United States. And I'm very concerned about that because of a couple of decisions that were made by the court in 2022. But the concept is still exists in the US. In Japan, the concept which you'll frequently heard called seikyu ni, which is short for the separation of politics and religion. It's actually a bit stronger, at least as a matter of constitutional law in Japan. There is a stronger separation of politics and religion in Japan now than there is in the US post 2022 when the US Supreme Court made those decisions. But conceptually, both countries do run on some version of this concept. Now, interestingly enough, in the US, separation is more culturally embedded so that government actors and individuals, even after those US Supreme Court decisions, are often focused on or trying to make good on promises of or ideas of separation. Whereas in Japan, legally speaking, the separation is pretty strong. Practically speaking, not so much. In Japan, there are practical overlaps between government and religion that are not may or may not violate Article 20 of the Japanese Constitution, but they're so ingrained in Japanese culture and society that they're sort of understood to be acceptable interactions, even though if challenged in court, they might be struck down. And they're just not very often challenged in court. And this can be things like local government officials on festival days, making an offering at a shrine or something like that. That's unconstitutional, but it's rarely checked at the local level when those sorts of things happen. So what can we learn from the fact that we've got similar concepts in these systems, but they're activated somewhat differently? And then in Japan, we have this law, the Shukyo Hojin Horitsu, or Religious Corporations Act, that is really important in the religion context. Now, bear in mind, even if a religion isn't registered under that law, that religion still has constitutional protection. But the law provides certain other protections and benefits that are really quite important. So when we're looking at this, what we can learn here is that different countries might have reasonably different political and cultural systems, and yet still share in broad principles on a variety of different issues. So again, in Japan, when the Japanese Supreme Court makes a decision, or the Japanese intermediate appellate courts, or a trial court, they make a decision, as in most places in the world, that's binding on the parties before the court. But it technically is only nationally effectuated, or even regionally, when the legislature follows through on it, because Japan is a parliamentary system. There is separation of powers in Japan, but you'll hear this term used a lot in Japan, sanken bunitsu. It means three houses separate, but we kind of joke around. San means three, and we kind of joke around sometimes, constitutional scholars, sometimes we joke around and say, niken bunitsu, which is two, ni means two houses separate, because it's a parliamentary system. So the connection between the prime minister and the cabinet and the legislature is much closer than in a system like the US. In the US, for anybody who's ever seen US constitutional law or any US law, you'll notice the role of the courts is giant. Much more so than even in Indonesia, where the courts are actually quite important, obviously, in the Indonesian system, and they are in the Japanese system as well. But in the US, for constitutional law especially, the courts have a very large role. And it's really the court's definitions of these concerns that govern. Like I said, in 2022, separation in the US was really, I think, damaged by two decisions of the United States Supreme Court. And yet, you know, it's those decisions that have more power in a way than anything that the legislature or executive branch might do as to the definition of religious freedom or separation. And in Japan, it's really more the legislature and the cabinet that has a bigger role in that. We see this particularly when we look at religious freedom questions. Religious freedom operates pretty similarly at a broad level in Japan and the US. So in both countries, religious freedom is very strongly protected, right? So you're right. I noticed folks wearing hijabs. So if you're Muslim in the US or you're Muslim in Japan, your religious freedom will be strongly protected, right? If you're Christian, Jewish, Hindu, Buddhist, other religion, your religious freedom will be strongly protected. Now, in the US right now, we have some issues, which we say in English, it's above my pay grade. I'm not a political scientist, but we have some serious concerns in the US right now about persecution of Muslims and Jews and other groups by the current administration, but that's above my pay grade. I'm a law professor. I'm focused on the constitutional law. I am not a fan of anything that's going on now politically in the U.S. because I support the freedom of everybody, and that's not just one side or the other. But I'm going to focus on the Constitution, and there is very strong protection in the U.S. and in Japan. The U.S. Constitution and the Japanese Constitution give really excellent protection for religious freedom. And it's not just the freedom to believe what you want. It's the freedom to do what you want as long as it doesn't harm other people, right? So, the U.S. is a heavily many people in the US are Christian. I'm not, but many people in the US are. And so you might think that the US doesn't have a lot of protection for people to engage in religious practices, which are more common in religions like Islam, Judaism, Buddhism, Hinduism, Sikhism, and so forth. but it's also common in some Christian denominations as well. But actually in the US, there's a lot of protection. I'm a professor at a state university. And if one of my students needs time to pray, if we're having an event, if they're Muslim or Jewish and it's the middle of the day and they need to pray, I make sure that they have an accommodation so that they're able to pray. That's very, very important because otherwise, the government, me as a state university professor, I might be then infringing on their religious freedom by not building in the protection for their ability to pray. And my university and certainly myself as a law and religion scholar, I just do that automatically, and my university is very good about that. But if they had to, and we didn't allow that, they could sue and they would win under federal and state law. And so religious freedom is actually pretty strongly protected in the US and also as a cultural matter, right? That's one where most people in the US do understand that their neighbors may not share their religion. And therefore they should be respectful of the need of people to practice their religion. Now, again, not everybody is that way, as someone told my dad many, many years ago, who's somebody with a strong background in political science. My dad's a business person, but they told him many, many years ago, 35% of the people in the US are kind of irredeemable on those things. They don't necessarily see difference very well. With that said, though, I mean, in a lot of other countries, it's way more than 35%. So it's not as bad as it could be. But there are people in the US who don't respect religious freedom, but they don't have any constitutionally, if they're government actors, they need to, and most people do. In Japan, it's very interesting. Like the US, Japan is very, in a way, religiously diverse, but in a very different way. The US is the most religious major democracy in the sort of the North American, European context, Western European context. Japan is interesting because Japan is also, in a way, very religiously diverse, but there's also a lot of people that profess to have no religion at all in Japan. And yet, when they take surveys, and there have been a number of these polls done, there's 130 million people in Japan, and these polls regularly show about 200 million religious affiliations. And that's because people may identify as being not religious at all, but still identify as Buddhist and Shinto. Or they may identify as being Muslim, Christian, or Jewish, but they may also identify as not being religious in the sense of the Japanese understanding of that term. Maybe they're not orthodox or strongly practicing, so they view themselves as observant. They follow the general rules, but they may not view themselves as religious. So you get this situation in Japan where there's a lot of people who identify as not being religious at all, and yet the surveys show people sometimes identifying with one, two, sometimes even three different religions. So it's a very interesting scenario. I don't want to waste your time on some of the things that I love to look at, which is the line, the idea was, what's the line between spirituality and respect for ancestors and organized religion? Is there a demarcation that we can say one's religion, one's not? It's really interesting to me, but I won't waste your time on that. As a matter of constitutional law, religious freedom in Japan is strongly protected. And this is also under that law I mentioned, the Religious Corporations Act. So there's constitutional protection, and then there is also protection for the religious organizations themselves to practice their faith. So in Japan, you can live your religion and you can also practice your religion, but societal concerns are very important in Japan. So you can do so up until you interfere with somebody else's rights. But where those rights are might be broader than in the US, because in Japan, other people's rights, the concern about interfering with your neighbors is much stronger. And so those rights other people's rights might be viewed as bigger than they are maybe in the US system or something like that. But in Japan, there is really strong protection. The other thing in Japan is there's very, very little formal religious discrimination. Most people do not care what religion you are as long as you don't bother them with it. They are fine with you believing what you want, right? In Japan, you can be Muslim, Jewish, Buddhist, Hindu, Christian, doesn't matter. As long as you don't try to convert somebody else, they don't they're fine with you. I have never myself experienced religious discrimination here in the program that I run here. I've had numerous Muslim, Jewish, and Hindu students. Not one of them has ever really experienced any kind of significant discrimination here. It's a live and let live kind of idea. Now, there is, though, in Japan, a lot of social pressure. So if you live here and you are different, you might feel a lot of pressure to conform because of the group society. But that's not legal pressure. Legally, you're very strongly protected. So here we have, and this will my main point, my final point here. You might say, well, what does any of this have to do with a multipolar system? Aha. This is where I'm going to bring all of this together and connect it to the multipolar dynamic, which I think, by the way, you're very wise to focus on. I mean, I think in the current world, obviously the US and China have a significant amount of power and a significant impact on the world, but we see many other players, including the EU, Indonesia, Japan, Australia, South Korea, Mexico, Canada, other Asian nations, Vietnam, for example. We see numbers of countries that are becoming India, of course, countries becoming increasingly important in the world. So we are living in a very multipolar world. So how does something like freedom, I mean, multipolar ideals can work very well in areas like business, or I actually just co-authored an article on the new WIPO, cultural, traditional knowledge and traditional cultural properties provisions that WIPO is considering, and we were focused on religious cultural knowledge and cultural properties. But how does this work for freedoms and things like that? Well, Japan and the US give us a good example. We have a parliamentary system and a system that functions on separation of powers and federalism, very strong state rights. And yet they both are able to promote values of separation and religious freedom. Now, obviously, separation isn't going to work in every country, right? religious freedom theoretically may not work in every country. But as I said, even in China, which has among the least amount of religious freedom in the world, there's still some. There is still, at least for the recognized religions, there's still some religious freedom. So, it's possible to say that in a multipolar world, there may be sets of approaches that work for different systems. And what I want you to imagine for my example here is picture this as a train line. And let's say that the hub, the main station for that train line, the main place where many different lines of that train meet up is Jakarta. Okay, so you have lines going from Jakarta to all different places. But that central hub might be the central principle that many of the multipolar players agree on. Say religious freedom at a broad level, or a separation at a broad, maybe some don't even agree with that, but some broad concept that it's easier to agree on. And then we may view those train lines as like spokes coming out from that hub of agreement. And those spokes may be leading to another smaller area that they come together. And that may be where countries like the US and Japan go together. And other countries may go with them, but other countries may go off in a somewhat different direction, right? Maybe, Indonesia and Egypt and some other countries might go in a slightly different direction, but they agree on the hub. They agree on the central principle. And then from there, from that other sort of system, that those other circles around the main hub, then each country might go off on its own way, very specific approaches. But if we look at that as a sort of a model for multipolar law, we have this sort of central hub of things we agree, for rights, I mean. We have the central hub of things we agree on, and then we have some branching off, and various countries branch off kind of together to another smaller hub where they all are kind of agreeing with each other on main things, and then individual countries might branch off into their own thing. And there we all go back to that central ideal, that central freedom, or that central right that everybody can agree on at a broad level, even if they don't agree on the specifics. And then as we move out, countries in a multipolar system might join together on some of the more specifics, again, to the next level, and then each country has its own thing. And so there, what we have is a system that might be more or better integrated on various rights that at a broad level countries agree on. Now, there's going to be outliers. There's going to be countries that don't agree on those broad rights, and that doesn't necessarily exclude them from participating in the financial or the economic aspects of a multipolar system, but they may not feel at home in the broad rights polar system. I think most countries would for most rights, but there will always be some concerns.
Yeah, Professor Average,
Uh-huh.
I actually interested in your perspective about how to have the common ground of understanding in this multipolar world about the freedom of religion. As long as I know, under the human rights law discourse, that about the freedom of religion, there is always a tension between universality versus relativity. Perhaps the two nations that you compare, like Japan and the US, are both actually rooted in the scolarity, and they both agree on that. But how about, let's say, with Indonesia, that just to give you another view, Indonesia is not a Muslim country, but we have a basic principles in our life, which is the source of all law, that we call it as Pancasila. And the first ideology of the Pancasila is belief in the God Almighty. And because of that principle, then the state have so much interference to the life of the peoples. Even when we go, we as a Muslim, if I want to go to Hajj to Mecca, I have to pursue it through the government and everything like that. They really have that kind of things. And I also heard that in the Japan, there are some cases in university where the university is just word of mouth. I've never went to Japan yet, but it's just word of mouth. And I heard in some cases in media that the university doesn't really give a proper accommodations for students to perform the religion. Because I was graduated from the UK and now my PhD is also in the Netherlands. I see both countries, both European roads, they also scholarism, but they provide a place when we call it as chaplaincy or a common room to pray. And I believe that in the US, because some of my friends are also studying in the US is also having a case like that. And as you mentioned, that US is also have a good or a strong role of the court. So when people try that their rights is being violated by the nations, then they're just going to court. And it's one of the litigious country. But Japan is the vice versa. I think it's not that's the litigious compared to the US and also even to Indonesia. And you mentioned that in Japan, also public consensus is something important, which is I also read that in the work of Ngokson Bui in his article, namely Discursive Constitutionalism. He also mentioned when Shinzo Abe tries to amend the Article 96 of the Constitutions to relax the principle of pacifism, there was a very strong opposition from the society and they retain to have it. So the society is very strong, not through the court, but mobilization is outside the court. So maybe you can give any thoughts on that.
Yeah, so I'll address each thing in turn. So that's why I suggested sort of the hub approach, because a country like Indonesia is going to be very, very different on concepts of separation, for example, than the US and Japan will be, right? Indonesia is not formally a Muslim country, and actually, at least my understanding of the Indonesian constitution and Indonesian laws, there is technically religious freedom for everybody, no matter what their religion is in Indonesia, but there isn't separation. The government, as you said, the government is very much in people's religious business. So there, the broad principle of religious freedom, I think would work at a broad level in Indonesia. The principle of separation probably wouldn't. So Indonesia would be one of the countries that might not join the hub on that principle. But now, at least on religious freedom, there is more regulation of religion in India and Indonesia. And so Indonesia might go in one direction, whereas the US and Japan might go in another, but we agree on that core principle of protecting religious freedom. But the specifics are very different. So Indonesia might go with, for example, the Philippines, which does have also some government regulation of religion, or might go with Romania, which also has some of that, or even some bigger some countries that have bigger interference even might go in a third direction. So in terms of Japan and what you were saying, um, if it's a state university in Japan, they have to provide um, prayer accommodations, and every state university that I'm aware of does provide prayer accommodations in Japan. I know there was an issue a few years ago at a couple of state universities, and somebody did bring it to court. And the court held that they must provide a prayer space. It doesn't have to be the exact space that the people want, but there's got to be an appropriate prayer space. And even some private like supermarkets in Japan now are providing prayer spaces for Muslim Japanese people or people from Indonesia in Japan, because there is at least in the city I'm in right now, Nagoya, there's a pretty large Indonesian population here. Many students, but also business people and others who are working here. And then, but you're right about private universities. So some private universities in Japan do, like Doshisha University provides prayer spaces for Muslim students. And in fact, the chapel at Doshisha is used for Christian, Muslim, uh, and Hindu services. So it's available for kind of for everybody, but then there's also prayer spaces in every major building at Doshisha. But there are some private universities in Japan that don't do that. Um, but if they're sued, they may have a duty under local laws to provide accommodations. But yeah, there are some private universities that don't.
Yeah, all right. Thank you, Professor Ravid. You just mentioned Nagoya. Last week, I met Yuzuru Shimada, if you know him. He is now the Dean of Graduate Studies in Nagoya University. We had a meeting in Yogyakarta last week.
Oh,
All
that's
right.
wonderful. Wonderful.
Yeah. All right, Professor Ravid, we have three hands here. One is from Pramungara, second is from Siegfried. Oh, four hands now. And then the third is from Jose, and then the fourth is from Hendrik. Is it okay if I gather all the questions and then hand it over to you, then just answer it one by one? I think it will be more efficient.
Yeah, if you do it one by one, that'd be perfect.
One by one, not have it all, and then you will answer it.
Oh,
Each
either
one.
way is okay. Yeah,
All
either
right.
way is okay. Yeah.
All right. So I think because our time is limited, we prefer to have it all, and then I will give you the floor to answer. Okay? All right. Now, Pramungara, could you please unmute and also mentioning your questions? Can you unmute yourself, Pramungara? Where is he? Okay. I think Pramungara has a connection problem because he was there, and then when he tried to unmute, then he just disappeared. This is, yeah, it's a normal problem. You need to serve for that. So, Siegfried, you wanna ask questions? Oh, Pramungara, you are here. Can you unmute yourself?
Yes, Miss Prisha, I'm
All
sorry
right.
for the inconvenience.
That's okay.
Okay,
Yeah, proceed.
good. Thank you, Miss Prisha. Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for the moment. Hello, Mr. Professor Frank Rivich. My name is Pamunggara, but my friend call me Angga. It's my nickname. Well, I'm just a humble and well, pretty decent citizen of Indonesia. I just want to ask just one question. How do you think, as a professor of constitutional law, how to diminish the hatred of way of thinking of some haters or some, I'm sorry if I use this kind of term of word, is some radical people or some, some liberal people? Because as Miss Prisha has stated before, from my point of view, when I watch the news in Indonesia, is some kind of hatred towards the mostly the Muslim people, because some of the liberal Muslim who happens to be a Muslim, but some liberal is for prevent some kind of attack or some act the way of the hatred towards the Christian people or the Buddhist people or some Hinduism, but mostly showing the hatred or some act of negativity toward our Christian and brothers sisters, and also and I think to myself, is that really initiate as act I'm sorry before as act like U.S. people in some of the hatred people, as as some there's some of the I'm sorry if I bring up this discussion is, but some, and as I say in and I look at the YouTube, there's all many problems at the police, or also say many people, also the tyrant people towards the black people, or now some of the Muslim people in the United States have suffered the same problems.
Yeah.
What do you think about that, Professor Frank Ravich? Thank you very
All
much.
right. Thank you,
Yeah.
Pramda. Professor, just wait. We are going to have it out, and then I will hand it over to you after we have all the questions.
Okay.
All right. So the second one will be from Siegfried.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much for the time is given to me, Ms. Priska. And hi, Frank. Thank you for time also been given to me. My question, I think is similar with what the previous questioner. You were talking about most about the concern about the religions in some countries. Every country it has its own legal regulation related to freedom of religion, and all of these regulations are designed for to well-being and comfort of the citizen in practicing their respective religions. And however, the religious conflicts still occur among followers of different faiths. For example, in Indonesia, in several areas, there is still acts of intolerance where some members of society prohibit people of other religions from carrying out their religion's activities. This is not good, but this is very harmful to peaceful coexistence. So the resolutions of these issues is often limited to making peace, and yet there are still no severe sanctions imposed on intolerant groups to create the deterrent effect, so that such as like intolerant action are not repeated in future. So, in your opinion, my question is: in your opinion, what is the most important thing that the government must do to prevent such as intolerance from happening again? That's my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Siegfried. We still have two more questions, Professor Rapid. The next is Jose. Jose Vieira de Aurojo. Right.
Okay, hello. Good morning for all. Thanks for opportunity. First, I'm really appreciate with this webinar. What I pointed here, as Mr. Franks explained it, about the political, law, religion, and economic, etc. It's about the multilateral diplomacy challenge. So I'm wondering about the regional conflict, for example, for the Thailand and Cambodia conflict in Southeast Asian region as member of ASEAN. So what measure can we use to settle this issue? Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jose. The last one is Muhammad Henry. Yours. Henry? All right.
Okay, thank you very much. For the first time, I would like to say a lot of thanks to Mrs. Pisha as a moderator, Professor Frank Raffit. Hi, Professor. Let me introduce my personal identity. My name is Muhammad Hendrik Ruben Gelong. I am from Dayanu Iksanudin University, Bau City, Southeast Sulawesi. I'm a lecturer. For the first time, I would like to say a lot of thanks to the master ceremony. And then Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala will give me a nice opportunity, a nice health, and good afternoon for everybody in this webinar international. We know the Constitution of Japan has been the fundamental law of Japan since 1947. The Japan legal system and civil law system heavily influenced by German and French model, but has adapted to Japan's values and American influence after World War II. Then explanation for Mr. Professor Raffit. I wanna ask some question. According to you, is the lay judge system for seriously criminal case combination professional judge and citizen in decision making good enough to eradicate murder and rape in multiple era? That is my question. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Hendrik. So, Professor Fitz, you may answer all the questions.
No problem. So I'm going to look at them each one. So the first question, I could probably do a whole talk on that. I'm as concerned as you are about the current situation. You know, the reality is a lot. Unfortunately, the unconstitutional and illegal behavior of the current government in the US is faster than the courts can keep up with it. So many of the things that you're talking about, particularly racial profiling, where we have immigration officials violently, which itself is, by the way, illegal and unconstitutional. And in fact, wearing the masks is also illegal. But they're rounding up people based on the color of their skin or based on the way they look or the language that they're speaking, particularly if they're speaking Spanish. That seems to be something that will get ICE, but they're targeting Muslims, they're targeting African Americans, they're targeting particularly Hispanic people, Latinos, and that is brazenly illegal. The problem is the court system is slower than the level of illegality. So in the US, the way to deal with that is the court system. And the current administration is losing every case. They have not won one case on these. They've lost every one. But the problem is they're doing so many illegal things that the law can't keep up with them, right? If they illegally arrest 100 people in one city in one day based on the color of their skin, the courts might take a year or two to sort that all out. What I will say is the American people, at least in recent polling, other than what we call the MAGA base, which is about 35% of Americans who strongly support Trump. I am not one of them. I am not a fan of his. But other than those people, most Americans have turned on the current administration for its intolerance and discrimination. And I think that's a good sign because it means that most Americans don't agree with it. And so hopefully there will be a better future. But right now, as you suggest, there is a lot of hostility and discrimination from the federal level in the US and even at some state levels. That in the United States, that's a big concern. It's scary and it's wrong, but it is real. There's no way to make an excuse for it or try to justify it. I hope that, they find some humanity because until then, the courts can't keep up with it. Um, so the second question, um, how do we deal with the religious persecution or what is the best way to deal with situations where local people or government officials or others are interfering and destroying other religious minorities' rights to practice their religions? And I think really enforcement is the key. And not everywhere has good enforcement. Look, I just said the US, like we can keep up with some of the religion cases, but we even though we do have enforcement through the courts on the immigration case, we can't keep up with them. So there is a concern there that that the best way to handle it is enforcement. But how to deal with enforcement is, the courts are the best way if you have a small enough number of cases that the courts can be efficient in enforcing the rights. But some countries deal with it through government agencies. And that may be a way to deal with it. So you have agencies that enforce. If somebody like what you described is harmed or they're prevented from practicing their religion in a particular area, there's a government agency that can come in and immediately investigate that. That would help then enforce. Or if the country is part of an international treaty, of course, you could have international regulators come in. But it really does come down to enforcement because the famous Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes once wrote that law is created for the bad people, right? And so most good people don't need the law, but the people who are doing the kinds of things that you're describing or the things that were based on the first question that's going on in the US now, the law is designed for those people because they need it, because otherwise they're going to do harm. The problem is without enforcement, you still got the bad people. And if you don't have enforcement, they're going to damage other people's rights. The biggest issue is what's the best mechanism for enforcement? And I do think the courts and specific courts or specific agencies or even international bodies that are focused and can come in quickly and address a situation like that. Regionally, usually national agencies would be the best for that because they can come in quickly. But you need an agency then that isn't itself biased, right? And that's going to be very, very important. The third question, yeah, I'm somebody who has a very significant interest in ASEAN. And I'm very concerned about what's going on with Thailand and Cambodia now. I have friends in Cambodia, and there's a real concern there. I don't know, other than I think the powerful ASEAN nations like Indonesia, Vietnam, and the Philippines need to lean as strongly as they can on Thailand here. I don't know how else to deal with that. Unfortunately, I'm not an international, law of war expert, but I do think Indonesia and Vietnam and Philippines, because of their, I mean, let's face it, Indonesia's economy is huge. It's central. It's necessary for Thailand and every ASEAN country to function. Same thing with Vietnam, same thing with Philippines. And of course, Singapore could get involved as well. I think that would be the best way to deal with it, because Indonesia, Vietnam, and Philippines are the really, other than Thailand, really the most powerful economies, actually even more than Thailand, the most powerful economies in ASEAN. So, other than that, you're probably a better expert on that than I am, but that's what I would say, because of the importance of Indonesia, Vietnam, and Philippines to ASEAN. If those three countries unite and lean on Thailand, I think that could have a lot of effect, but I'm not an absolute expert. And then the last question, the Japanese situation. Yeah, I do agree that you know originally the during the Meiji era, the civil codes and criminal code came from the Germany and French influence. And actually, even today, the civil and criminal codes in Japan are heavily based on those original Japanese versions of the German and French codes, although very much updated, obviously, for modern times. And I think that for prosecuting crimes, there are some advantages to both the civil law systems and the common law systems. But in the end, one thing that I think is key is who's doing the enforcing. So whether you're under a civil law system like in Japan or in the US system, which is more of a common law system, the question is, do you have good people who can enforce the criminal law against the offenders? Because you need good prosecutors, but you need people, you need people with humanity who can be engaged in this. And you need a system that takes it seriously. So in the end, I think that's what we call the great equalizer, would be to have a system where you've got good people doing the prosecuting, who are also well trained, but you also have a system that has a genuine interest in catching the offenders, and fairly prosecuting them to make sure you're not prosecuting the wrong people.
All right. Thank you very much, Professor Ravich, to answer all the questions in excellent. I think you touch all the issue, and all the question I know is not a very easy questions, because some questions are talking about law beyond, not just what it is written. So, Professor Ravich, thank you very much for your time, for your presentation, for your effort to be with us, to share your research and also your book project on law and religion, a comparative perspective between the US and also Japan. It was very fascinating and also interesting. We got a lot of questions. Actually, we still have some questions in chat box, but unfortunately, our time limit doesn't really give us time to move forward to have that one. But if you are okay, maybe what the best I can do is it okay to share your email to those who are asked the questions so they can keep in
Yes,
touch
no
with you?
problem. Yeah,
All
no
right.
problem to do that. And I just want to thank you for excellent moderation, and also the questions were really excellent. I really appreciate all the questions. So thank
Yeah.
you for having me, and I wish you all a really wonderful day.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Ravich. To close with, I'm going to quote what Shelley Eager-Mary says about law. She says that law is not something that is written, but law is something people do with it. And with your explanations about how political and also legal mobilization in the US and how the social mobilization in Japan towards law and religion really enhance our understanding about this freedom of religion context. So thank you very much, Professor Revich. We may meet again in another occasions.
Thank
Have
you.
a great day.
Thanks, you too. Bye-bye.
Bye, Professor. So for all the audience, and now we are going to move to the second speaker. And as a moderator, please give me a sincere apology because I cannot keep the time as promised. Previously, I said that it will be 40 minutes, but due to the very interesting discussions, it takes longer than that. And the next presenter will be Dr. Rian Mahardika Sahid Budi Harseno. Is Dr. Rian here?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you for having
All
me.
right.
Yes.
All right. Are you in South Korea now?
Yes, I'm in the southern part of the Korea, right? Not the northern part.
Kyungsung.
Yes,
Is
but
it
in the southern
Kyungsung
part.
University?
Yes, it's Kyungsung University.
What time is it now in
Now it's
Kyungsung?
currently 1 past 10 minutes p.m. So it's 2 hours difference there.
Okay, so have you already had your nice lunch before you
Yeah.
give your presentations? And I'm please do apologize. It was my mistake that I cannot keep the time.
No
I hope you
worries.
still can spend your time for the next 30 or 40 minutes with us.
Yes, no worries. Okay.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Rian Mahardika Sahid Budi Harseno from Kyungsung University, South Korea. Dr. Rian holds a PhD in International Studies and is currently a visiting professor at Kyungsung University, where he teaches in the Global Studies program. His academic background combines international trade, digital governance, and global policy, with particular attention to data, privacy, and digital transformations. It's really hot topic nowadays in the 4 or maybe 5.0 era. And his research has been published in internationally indexed journal and address how technological change reshapes regulatory frameworks and international economic relations. And in this very nice occasion, Dr. Rian will deliver his presentation about combating deepfakes and AI misuse. So, Dr. Rian, I will give the floor to
Yes.
you. You can have your presentation for the next 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you for moderator to give me such opportunity here. So first of all, thank you for the committee, for the chairman here to invite me and share some of my opinions regarding about this webinar. I can see the international webinar here. All right, so without further ado, my name is Rian. So this is a long name, but just call me Rian here over here. And yes, I'm still Indonesian, so currently resident in South Korea for about more than 10 years, living here in the southern part of the Koreans. And since my expertise here right now is talking about the AI things, and I would like to share you what happens here in South Korea. As literally when we're talking about the AI, we're literally talking about the technologies here, because South Korea is one of the country that, you probably knows about the K-drama things, but beside of that, both the K-dramas, they're very crazy about the technologies issues. They're very crazy, they're very advanced, right, on how they are implemented the new technologies like in their society. So first, overall, I would like to share you something over here. But audience, are you still with me? Could you give your reactions if you're still with me? Yes, any reactions will be nice. Oh, thank you. Yes, some reactions there. Okay, all right. So, hold on a second. Okay, hold on a second. Right, so if I play this video here,
powerful technology which may change many aspects of our lives. The
I'm
CEO of Google's parent company, Alphabet, which has invested heavily in it, recently said AI's impact could be more profound than electricity or even fire. but many worry about what that impact might turn out to be. Could AI one day replace humans? And if so, how might that happen? We've already seen some service-based and manufacturing jobs turn to AI in a big way. But what about other industries? Can AI...
Yes, just a short little bit of video here. I'm just curious here, what do you think about this video? Is it, what do you perceive about this video? Probably you can answer the chatbot here from the chatbot based on what you think about this video. The video like a 1 minute. Yeah, you can chat about here. So basically that the video that I played to show it to you, it's not a real one. It's not made a human. Yeah. So it's basically just not a real human. It's just basically literally made by the AI and made by the students here in the United States. And this is very fascinating. Yes, but indeed is also very, I can say, a threat for the society as well. Yeah. So that's why. Wait a second. Here, thanks. So that's why for today topics here. All right. That I'm trying to talking about in the business side, especially the AI things, and also the overlapping of the law issues. So as trying to talking about the two things here, and about the deepfakes and also the AI messages, because it's very, I can say, very popular, very got high attention here in South Korea. And usually when we talk about the technologies, we know that some theoretical things about the technology assessment models, and so far that they're talking about like how people will adopt this kind of technologies here. But so when we're talking about the advanced technologies, it's always overlapping with the laws, with the rules, with the policy, and so on. Yeah. So technologies can make like in one night, and you can have like literally one good output. But the thing is, usually the rules of the law here takes more than one night. Yeah. So we can see that from the one of the startup, not startup, is a big company right now, like the Gojek that I go to right now. I think the names go to Indonesia, and why they try to make some transformations between the conventionals retailing into the digital one, and it leads out like a very huge loophole here between the rules and those kind of things. Yeah. So here also things that can be happened, especially the advance of the technology, especially with the AI things. And now in the Koreans, South Korea conference of the deepfake crisis over here. Why? Because of the technologies here now, what people now trying to use these technologies to get their benefit. Yeah. And that's why since last year, I think not the last year, but since like after the COVID, after raising the AI things in 2022 by Sam Altman using the OpenAI, now Koreans are more and more, you can say, aware about this kind of the issues. And when we're talking about the deepfakes here, we need to have a strong, solid, global regulatory frontrunner in combating the AI misuse. Because like around last week, in Kyoto University, we also get some cast over here, and she's one of the professors thinking about the AI things in one of the universities in the United States, if I'm not mistaken, and she tried to socialize for the students on how they're gonna use the AI here, how they're gonna use not AI for making only for the assignments only, but also need to conduct it to implement it in a good way. And so what are the deepfakes over here? So it's a technologies, as we can see, that is a AI generated or altered media, so including image, video, and audio. So it's designed to appear authentic. So what does it mean here? So video that or image that are not perceived by the real person. So they are making by some of the technologies here, and they have the same output as we can shown to you in the first video. It's probably one of the MC here, like human talking about the AI things, but it turns out it's not a real humans. It's just made by the AI, and you already probably see this kind of the example of the deepfakes, where probably maybe some of the big, can say big public figure told something about maybe about the Indonesians, or maybe Cristiano Ronaldo talking about some things in your neighborhood. Yeah, those kind of things. So it's kind of the example of the deepfakes here. And the major risk category, especially in South Korea, here is the fraud and the impersonations. So where the I can say the CEO fraud, so they can create a video talking about their CEO, talking about the bonus thing, talking about the new rules and so on. Voice phishing is very popular here in South Korea. There's a lot of like as a victims, especially for the voice phishing, especially when we're talking about the Koreans, the populations is like the backside of the pyramid here, where the most populations are coming with aged populations, where they are very difficult to identify which one is the AI things, which one is made by technology, which one is made by the humans. So literally now SMS phishing, voice phishing, and so on. Yeah. And another thing is also, of course, the sexual exploitations, like the non-consensual deepfake pornography targeting individuals. And it is very serious here in South Korea. It has some like last year, 2023, right after the COVID, yeah, there's some tragedy, yeah, in South Korea that people get crazy about this because they try to use the deepfakes here to, I can say, blackmail some teenager here because they try to replicate their face, yeah, with those kind of things, and then try to blackmail, try to earn the money and those kind of things. Because after the COVID, Korean is not very adjust, especially in the economical levels, yeah. So they got very huge impacted over here. All the high inflations, yeah, is the first time I saw this high inflations for one decade. Because if we check like and before the COVID, yeah, everything Korea is always stable, right? There's not such a huge inflations. There's not such a huge like dynamical economical or political things. Yeah, of course we are still Koreans still having some special relationship with the Northern Korean part, but as far as I understand, as far as I'm living yet, I will not, I can say, fight each other because of the some issues or some things, yeah. And then another part is also the political and commercial manipulations. It happens last time during the elections of the presidents in South Korea. So they try to use the deepfakes, they try to use propaganda and use kind of the deepfake technologies where the president or the president told something that are not really literally said about this kind of the thing. So that's why it's kind of the issues here. And here in the digital context of the South Korea means like ranked as one of the world's most digitalized societies with the near universal internet access and smartphone penetrations. Yes, all the society here can, are literally known on how to use the smartphone, even for the older generations. They also know about this kind of things, yeah. And the high AI adoptions is especially in digital media, yeah. So news informations and advertising for the marketing, the branding. So they also try to use the AI here for the advertising, yeah. And the next part is, I think like last time with the AP, with another like this kind of sessions, I are talking with the K-pop things, yeah. So the K-pops, all right, we have the BTS, Blackpink, and so on. But here in Korea right now, they produce AI K-pop or AI idols. Yeah. So what's the mean AI idol here? They literally made an idols created by humans. I mean, like using by the AI things, and I like the industry of the K-pop. Yeah. I mean, like if you want to become idols, if you come with a trainee here, you need to work hard. You need to get, educations, proper educations on how to make like public presentations, public speaking, how to do dance, and blah 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 blah. So it takes a high investment over here. But since the AI things here now, one of the YNG, those kind of the entertainment agency, now they try to create their own AI where it's more efficient for them because they're just focusing on the technologies. So, and technologies doesn't have feelings. Yeah. If people's idols have the feelings, if they don't like it, they can sue them. But the thing is, yeah, technologies, they can just do whatever they want, do whatever what the master wants. Okay. So that's why it's very interesting. Yeah, they try to I can say synchronize, yeah, the AI with the K-pop. And as far as I heard, 2026 or 2027, they would like to integrate AI model in their Korean drama. Okay, in the Korean drama.
Dr. Rian,
Yes.
your time is 5 minutes more.
Oh, 5 minutes more. Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
thank you.
And what they did is the criminal law response. So the 2024 can say they make some legal amendments, yeah, for the imprisonment 5 years. So after this kind huge problem, so they made some, I can say, a presidential directive in 2024, and they have this create the legal amendments for imprisonment 5 years and maximum 50 million Korean won. So they are literally overcome very fast. Okay, and then one of the new technologies that I always hear talking about is the missed issues of the AI. Now all the generative AI in Korea, they also spreading in the advertisement, as you can see. Yeah, so a lot of advertisements now created by the AI, and then Korean governments are tired with it. So that's why finally in 2026, yeah, they are enough with this AI things. And now there's a new rules. I just do it like very fast. Where is it? Oh yeah, there's a new rules that now every company, every agency, every advertisement that made by the AI, it should be, can say, recorded by the, or make some labels that is generated by the AI things, and is a must. And if you broke these rules, then you're gonna have like a huge punishments here, big punishments here. And why this happens here? Because it's get misused by the older peoples, because the older peoples are difficult to, I can say, identify which one is based on the AI, which one is not. Yeah. And this is for me a good things, because this happens after 4 years, or 2 years, yeah, because of the open ethics LGBT things. Now they try to overlapping, creating some solid, can say, regulations of this. So Korean doesn't stop, or yeah, Korea doesn't stop, or I can say, the technologies, no, they try to collaborate with them. So that's why one of the good things that I live here for more than 1 decade is they're very fast, especially when they're talking about the laws. Yeah, and when they try to use the generative AI content, as we can see, and now they try to replicate in the Korean drama, and it's, I can say, protected by the law. And you can also use generative AI product in your campaign, in your business, in your daily life. So that's why we are protected by the government's rules, yeah, even though we're using the AI, but with, of course, with some limitations, with some, I can say, term and conditions, yeah. So it is the AI here amplifies power, so law must evolve to prevent that power from becoming abused. Yeah, this is a good code here that I found it here in my resource, that need fast. Yeah, law must evolve and also transform very fast. So, and based it here and create what they made is not becoming them as a threat, but try to reconcile and for some reasons just living together. Yeah. And in the practical sessions in the society here, somehow they accepted it. For some reasons. Yeah, for some reasons. And the good things, another good things is right now, the elder peoples, they would like to study more or learn more about how to use the AI things. And I came for 1 or 2, I can say, practical sessions, yeah, or like the webinar about using the AI. And guess what? If I joining this in Indonesia, most of the participants are coming for Gen Z. But if I join it here in Korea, most of the participants are coming from adult people. Yeah, more than 50 age, 60 age, and they try to learn this how to use the generative AI, how to use the ChatGPT, how to produce this product, how to produce this kind of the content. And it's very fascinating here. They literally don't, I can say, not because they will stop, but they try to live with them. Yeah. So, but of course, yeah, to having this kind of situations, the government should have, I guess, a solid foundations, yeah, solid foundations for backuping the law foundations. And early interventions. Yeah, so here Korea demonstrates a proactive legal actions. So moving faster than most global counterparts to address digital harm. Yeah, only one of the specific reasons that maybe still lack is about the music. Now, because the JNI can produce also music, there's still some loopholes here that they don't have the specific rules, especially when we're talking about the music. But for the drama things and all of the products, this somehow is protected by the law from the government. Okay, and I think since we I think I'm talking within 5 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe better if we have like a Q&A sessions. I can try to deliver my opinions then.
Dr. Rian, if you still have several minutes, we already have Professor Amy Latifah here. So is it okay if I give her time 15 minutes to deliver her presentation? And
Yes,
then
yes.
the next 15 minutes, I'm going to panel both of you. So at 12, we already finished the webinar. Is that okay for that new arrangement of time, Dr. Rian?
Yes, okay, I'm okay.
All right. Thank you very much for your understanding, Dr. Rian. Professor Amy, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Thank you very much, Professor Amy. How are you, Professor Amy? How are you, Professor Amy?
Thank you. Rather flu. Runny
Oh,
nose.
all right. All right. All right.
Rather runny nose.
Yeah, yeah.
Blood.
All right. I hope you get well very soon, Professor Amy. You got greetings for Dr. Adi Kusumaningrum from Brawijaya. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure for me to introduce our third speaker, which is Professor Dr. Amy Latifah from Universitas 11 Maret, Indonesia. Professor Amy is a professor of international law with extensive expertise in international trade law, arbitration, and dispute settlement. She has held a number of academic leadership roles and is actively involved as an international arbitrator and legal expert in both national and international arbitration institutions. Her work bridges international legal theory and practice, particularly in the areas of global governance and dispute resolutions. In this webinar, Professor Amy will speak about fragmentation, power, and legitimacy, reshaping international law in a multipolar world. So, Professor Amy, without further ado, for the next 15 minutes, please give your presentation to us. Then after that, we will have a Q&A in a panel for you and also Dr.
Okay, thank you, Priska, as a moderator, distinguished speaker, respected colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And this is the great honor to be part of international webinar on navigating global complexity, dynamic of international law in the multipolar era. This is the hard topic, I think. I would like to thank to the organizer for the opportunity to share my perspective in this timely and important discussion. We are currently living in the period of the profound transformation in the international system. The legal framework that once operated with the relative stable global order now being tested by the shifting power relation, emerging actor, and also increasingly complex global challenges. International law today is no longer shaped by the consensus only, but also the contestation between the state, between the regime, between the competing vision of the global governance. In my presentation, I would like to focus on how fragmentation, power dynamic, and legitimacy concern are reshaping international law in the multipolar world, particularly
in the areas of international investment, environmental government, and the dispute settlement. Rather than the viewing and the development as the crisis alone, I invite us to consider them as the critical moment of the transition, one that demands adaptation, reflection, and institutional innovation. The question is, why I took the fragmentation, power, and the legitimacy reshaping international law in the multipolar world. Because today, international law is operating in the environment fundamentally different from the one in which many of its core doctrine were developed. We are witnessing the transition from the relative stable, rule-based international order to the multipolar world, characterized by the competing power center and divergent normative visions. In this context, international law, particularly investment law, environmental law, and international dispute settlement, is no longer perceived as the neutral and technocratic. Instead, it is increasingly viewed as contested, fragmented, and politically embedded. This presentation, I try to explore how fragmentation, power dynamic, and legitimacy concern are reshaping international law, and what this transformation mean for state, investor, and dispute resolution mechanism. Next. Next, please. I start with the global shift from order to multipolarity. For several decades after the Cold War, international law developed with the largely unipolar framework supported by the dominant liberal economic and political order. Today, that framework has eroded. Power is increasingly fragmented among the multiple actors, included emerging economic and regional blocs. This shift directly affects how international legal order are created, interpreted, and enforced. In areas such as foreign investment and environmental regulation, states are asserting greater regulation autonomy, while investors face increasingly uncertainty. International law must therefore function within the global system, marked not only in the consensus, but by the continuous negotiation and contestation. Next, please. And now we also know there is a fragmentation of international legal regime. One of the defining features of the contemporary international law is fragmentation. Fragmentation is the specialization. A legal regime governing trade, investment, climate change, and human rights have evolved in relative isolation from one another. As the result, state and investor often face overlapping and sometimes contradictory obligation. For example, environmental measures aimed at the climate mitigation may trigger investment treaty claim, while trade commitment may conflict with the sustainability policy. Fragmentation does not signal the collapse of international law, but it does raise serious government challenges, I think, particularly in regarding coherence, predictability, fairness, and dispute settlement. Next slide, please. And now, the power and strategic use of international law. In multipolar world, international law is increasingly used strategically. A powerful state may comply selectively with the legal obligation, reinterpret treaties to suit international interests, or disengage from dispute settlement mechanism altogether. This phenomenon often described as lawfare. Lawfare mean law as the aim not only to the comply but for the other purposes. This phenomenon can be observed in investment arbitration, trade dispute, and sanction regime. Legal argument become tools of economic diplomacy and geopolitical rivalry. Consequently, international dispute settlement is no longer perceived solely as the neutral forum for legal resolution, but part of broader power struggle within the global system. Next, please. So we know the crisis of the legitimacy in the dispute settlement. Perhaps the most critical challenges facing international law today is a crisis of legitimacy. Investment arbitration, in particular, have been criticized for. Yes.
You have 5 minutes, thank you.
Excuse me?
Waktunya tinggal 5 menit lagi, Prof.
Oh, okay,
Mohon maaf.
okay. Yeah. Now we know the crisis of legitimacy in the dispute settlement. Perhaps the most critical challenges facing of international law today is the crisis of legitimacy. Investment arbitration, in particular, have been criticized for privileging investor interests over public policy objectives such as environmental protection and social welfare. Concern regarding transparency, consistency, and representation have intensified call for reform. In environmental and climate related dispute, legitimacy deficit are especially visible as arbitral decision increasingly affected public interest beyond the disputing parties. Without addressing legitimacy concern, international dispute settlement risks losing its normative authority, I think. And next slide, please. So, what is the implication for developing state? For the developing state, fragmentation and power asymmetries present both risk and opportunity. In one hand, fragmented regime increase legal exposure and regulatory constraint. And the other hand, multipolarity allows developing state to play the more active role in shaping norm, particularly in areas such as green investment, in energy transition, and also climate government. By engaging strategically in treaty design, dispute settlement reform, and regional cooperation, developing state can move beyond the passive role and become norm entrepreneur with the international law. And then the last slide, what is the conclusion in reshaping international law? Next slide, please. In conclusion, multipolarity is not temporary disruption, but the structural reality of the contemporary international system, I think. The future international law will depend on effectively fragmentation is managed, how power is constrained by legitimacy, and how inclusive legal process become. Rather than resisting complexity, international law must be reshaped through the dialogue, institutional reform, and adaptive government. Only by addressing legitimacy concern and accommodating deserved perspective can international law remain the credible framework for managing global investment and environmental challenges and also international dispute. So, ladies and gentlemen, in closing, the dynamic of multipolar world present not only the challenges for international law, I think, but also opportunities to renewal and reform for it. Fragmentation, power asymmetries, and also legitimacy concern compel us to rethink how international legal norms are developed, interpreted, and enforced. As the global complexity continues to evolve, the relevance of international law will depend on its ability to adapt mean to embracing inclusively, strengthening actively to emerging global issue such as investment, government, and international system and environmental sustainability. So this is my presentation. I hope this presentation has offered useful insight and contributed to our collective reflection on the future of international law in an increasingly multipolar world. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Motivator. Presentation is very relevant to today's challenge to the multipolar world. So on the chat box, we already have two questions, one for Dr. Rian and also one for Professor Amy. Dr. Rian, are you still with us? While waiting for Dr. Rian, I can just directly list the questions to Professor Amy. It's a question from Remy Howling from Singapore University. She has two questions to Professor Amy. The first one is, how do large countries exploit fragmentation to strengthen their agenda setting power, while small countries become isolated in diverse forums? Second one is, how can conflicts between norms such as the environment versus trade be resolved to prevent a decline in the legitimacy of international law in the multipolar world? Ada dua pertanyaan dari semua kita.
Saya dulu atau Mas Rian dulu?
Kan ini Dr. Riannya
Oke, me first.
masih dengan kita ya.
Oke.
Kita masih menunggu Dr. Rian untuk merespon.
Oke. Kalau begitu saya dulu, nggih. Thank you to who? To Mbak Reni Pauline, Singapore University. Your question is, how do large countries exploit fragmentation to strengthen the agenda setting power, while small countries become isolated in diverse forum? This is the first question. The large country are able to exploit fragmentation in international law and also in the global government to strengthen their agenda setting power in several interrelated ways, while the small countries often face structural disadvantage that can lead to isolated across multiple forum. First, fragmentation allow the large countries to engage in strategic forum selection, because international law is divided into multiple specialist regimes such as trade, investment, environment, security, and human rights. Powerful state can choose the forum in which legal rules, procedure, and the power asymmetries best serve their interests. By shifting the issues across the forum, they can shape outcome indirectly and avoid unfavorable ruling or dilute the legal constraint, I think. Small countries, in other side, by contrast, often lack the diplomatic, the legal, and financial capacity to participate the effective across multiple forum simultaneous, leaving them the marginalized in parallel negotiation. The second, the large country use their superior institution and technical capability to influence the norm making process with the fragmented regime. They can dominate the treaty negotiation, the standard setting body, and informal working group by deploying expert network coalition, I think. This enable them to frame agendas, define the technical standard, and influence the interpretative practices. Small country, meanwhile, struggle to maintain the consistent representation and expertise across fragmented regime, which reduce their ability to shape the norm and defend their interests. And finally, the fragmentation weaken collective bargaining among the smaller states. When the legal and political issues are dispersed across multiple institutions and regime, it become the harder for the small state or small countries to coordinate position and rebuild a unified coalition. Large countries or power countries benefit from this dispersion, as it reduces the opposition and allows them to exercise agenda setting power on the regime by regime basis. In conclusion, the fragmentation amplifies the existing power asymmetries. It gives the large country greater the flexibility to maneuver across the legal regime, while the small countries risk isolation, limited influence, and reduced capacity to shape international legal outcome. This is my perspective of the first question, Mbak Pauline, Mbak Reni Pauline. And the second question is, how can conflict between the norm, such as the environment versus trade, be resolved to prevent the decline in the legitimacy of international law in the multipolar world? This is the hard question also, but I will try to answer. Conflict between norm, or we know the term is conflict of norm, such those between environmental protection and trade liberalization, pose the serious risk to the legitimacy of international law, particularly in the multipolar world where consensus is increasingly difficult to achieve. Preventing the decline in legitimacy require both the legal and institutional responses that go beyond the rigid hierarchy and instead emphasize coherence, fairness, and the procedural credibility. And the systemic integration in the treaty interpretation is essential, is important. International adjudicator and the policymaker should apply the interpretative principle that read obligation across the regime in the mutually supportive manner rather than the isolation. By acknowledging the environmental objective when interpreting trade rules and vice versa, decision maker can demonstrate that international law function as the integrated system silos. This approach reduces the perception of the arbitrary and also the greater coordination between the international institution can mitigate the norm conflict, I think. Formal and informal dialogue between the trade bodies, international regime, and also investment institution can promote the consistency in the standard and interpretation. So it is important to coordination between the trade body, environmental regime, and investment institution, I think. Institution cooperation, it is the signal that competing norms are being managed collectively rather than imposed unilaterally, which is the particular important for maintaining trust among the state with the divergent or differences priorities, I think. And what the next way is the inclusive norm development involving both the developed and developing countries is very important, very crucial. Legitimacy in the multipolar world depend on whether diverse perspectives are reflected in the formulation and the evolution of international rules. When environmental and trade norms are negotiated through the participatory and representative process, conflict between the environmental and the trade norm are more likely to be accepted as expression of the power asymmetry. So in the conclusion, resolving the norm conflict in the multipolar world require the approach that priorities coherent through the interpretation, the fairness through the procedure, coordination through the institution, and the inclusiveness through norm making. These elements are critical to preserving the legitimacy of international law amid increasing diversity and complexity. This is my question. Less and more, I say sorry. Thank you, Priska.
Very much, Prof. Amy. I think you have a very comprehensive answers to both questions. And we still have more questions, but I'm sorry, the audience, because the time is up, and also Prof to have another agenda at 12 o'clock. So
Yes.
please still type the questions in the chat box. We are going to forward it to Prof. Emmy, and we will make sure that you will get the answer from you, although not live from Professor Emmy. Is that true, Professor Emmy? Yeah.
Priska, and the participant also can send to my email and the question about the conflict of norm or relating my topic. It is very open to send my email.
Prof.
I will read my email in the chat box.
Thank
Wait.
you, Prof. That's so kind of you. So audience, I'm so sorry, Bu Indah and also Pak Jose. But
Yes.
Prof. Amy is happy to share her email address, so you may
Okay.
keep contact with Professor Amy. Professor Amy, thank you very much for being with us, to spare your time to share us your full thought on the international and the multipolar world. We wish you a great day, and also please get well soon. We still need you. A lot of insight from you.
Thank you, Priska.
You're most welcome, Professor.
Terima kasih, Prof. Emi.
Sama-sama, Pak.
Sedang flu ya ini, Mbak Prof.
Betul, Pak Rengga.
Lekas sembuh, lekas membaik.
Terima kasih. Mohon maaf karena waktunya kejar-kejaran, jadi saya tidak bisa full.
Siap sudah
Yeah,
melakukan
Prof.
baik, Prof.
Oke.
Excellent, Prof. More than enough. Terima kasih, Prof. Semoga sehat selalu, Prof. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, by the end of the Q&A session with Professor Amy, it means that my session have over. Finally, it's almost 3 hours with me. And then now I'm going to hand over the sessions to the Mistress of Ceremony, Miss Gallo, or maybe to the next moderator. So that's all from me. Please apologize if I have some mistakes. And also if you think I'm still not maximum in moderating these sessions, I hope that the 3 presentations will give us something to learn and also to share and also to enhance our knowledge on the field. Thank you very much, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, distinguished speakers, respected scholar, college, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and warm greetings to all of us. It is a great honor for me to welcome you to the second session of today's APPIHI webinar entitled Navigating Global Complexity, Dynamics of International Law in a Multipolar Era. Allow me, first of all, to extend our highest appreciation to the Honorable Board of Trustees of APPIHI, Professor Lita Tiesta, and Professor Dr. No Saraswati, and of course the Chairman of APPIHI, Mr. Rengga Kusuma Putra, as well as Prof. Dr. Satya Arinanto, and also Professor Dr. Sefriani, as our distinguished figures of APPIHI. And we also extend our appreciation to our distinguished speakers, Prof. Tommy Suryo Utomo, and Professor Edwardes Yohnevikus, and also, last but not least, Professor Dr. Sony Zulhuda. Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently witnessing a transition of the international system toward a multipolar order, marked by strategic competition and also increasing pressure on international law. In this context, international law is increasingly shaped by geopolitical rivalry and technological transformation, raising questions about legal certainty and the future of rule-based global governance, particularly for middle powers such as Indonesia. So again, this backdrop to this discussion will explore how these dynamics are reshaping international economic and also intellectual property regimes, while also generating new constitutional, regulatory, and also criminal law challenges in the digital sphere. Before we begin today's second session, here is our session structure. So each speaker will deliver a 30 minutes presentation, and then it will be followed by 10 minutes of discussion or Q&A session before we proceed to the next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the second session by examining how intellectual property law is being reshaped in a multipolar world. It's my great pleasure to introduce our first speaker. I see here Professor Tommy Suryo Utomo. So, Professor Tommy Suryo Utomo, SHLLM PhD, he is from Universitas Jana Badra, Indonesia. Professor Utomo is a professor of law with research interest in international trade and also WTO law, intellectual property law, and also public health law, particularly access to essential medicines. Since 1997, his work has consistently focused on the legal and regulatory needs of developing countries. He is also a recipient of the Fulbright Visiting Scholar Award and conducted some research at the University of South Carolina, United States. And moreover, his extensive publication record includes 9 textbooks and also more than 30 journal articles. Oh, it's amazing, including a leading international journal such as the International Review of Intellectual Property and Competition Law, published by the Max Planck Institute in Munich. Professor Utomo, you have 30 minutes. May I confirm that you are ready to begin?
Yes, I'm here and I'm ready.
Okay, thank you so much.
All
The
right.
floor is yours, Professor.
All right. So thank you very much for inviting me actually in this international seminar. And then I'm very, very happy to be here. So today I would like to discuss a little bit about intellectual property, especially from the global perspective. And the situation, I think, is very, very interesting since there are a lot of changes in the dynamic of the global perspective or global era, particularly when we try to see the intellectual property development. So today, I use a very, very important topic from this perspective, and the title actually is the recalibrating. So recalibrating because I want to see more about the new approaches when we try to see the protections of the intellectual property, particularly from the global perspective. So the title, Recalibrating Global IP Norms. So global IP norms actually reflects the legal perspectives about this topic. And then the continuing sentences is about the future of international cooperations amid strategic competition. So why I try to contrast between these two, because I think this is the phenomenon right now where the geopolitical situations is divided into polars. One is from the unipolar, and now it's a multipolar. So that's why by using this title, I think we can discuss this. It's more it's more relevant with the situations right now. So I also will explore particularly about the how strategic rivalry, normative divergence, and also technological acceleration challenge the global IP architecture and where cooperation remains possible. So I try to weigh between these two issues. The first one actually is global IP norms, and another one, or the other side, actually is about the competition itself. So that's why the solution that I want to propose actually is more about the collaborations, particularly international collaborations or cooperation, to solve a lot of problems that is raised by a lot of complexity of the issues in the global era right now. So that's about the topic. And then about the background, actually, I got my undergraduate degree from Gajah Mada University, and I got my master degree from the University of Melbourne in Australia, and I got my PhD, Doctor of Philosophy, from University of Washington in Seattle, United States. And as the moderator mentioned before, that I have some work experiences dealing with my specialization, particularly intellectual property. I also joined several years ago with the Australian-based company. We call that Asian Law Group in Heathrow in Melbourne, Australia, and I worked there for more than 7 years. And then I also joined as a consultant at the Asia Foundation in Indonesia to work with international project involving a lot of experts in the world. So mainly my specialization is in intellectual property, because my undergraduate thesis actually is about copyright. My thesis for my master degree actually is in intellectual property as well, particularly related with international trade law. And then my PhD is in pharmaceutical patents. So I'll try to contrast between the existence of the TRIPS agreement and also the situations right now where there are a lot of problems, and we have to solve the problems not just from the TRIPS agreement, but also from the international cooperations. Because for me, IP norms actually cannot be solved just from the legal perspective. You also utilize the importance and the existence of the international cooperations, particularly the regional international cooperations, in order to solve a lot of problems, particularly in the IP sector. So that's about the background of myself and also the title of my presentation. So right now, next slide, please. All right, so right now we are living in a period of profound geopolitical transformation. So that's why geopolitical issue, when we try to see the intellectual property, the geopolitical transformation is very important. We cannot deny that actually the intellectual property is not just about legal perspective. We have to know also other factors influencing the existence of intellectual property, particularly from the global era. So for more than 3 decades, for example, we can see the global regulatory regimes, including IP, operated under assumptions of gradual convergence. But the transition from a unipolar to a multipolar order is very, very interesting, because it's introduced new sources of the fragmentation. So because of the geopolitical transformations, we can see there are a lot of dynamics and also changes because they create fragmentation, dealing with the power, dealing with the other bargaining power in the IP negotiation, etc., etc. So that's why, for me, we have to focus on this issue because it's very, very important right now. And also, when we try to see the emerging powers, we can see the regional blocks, the existence of the global south right now. We see the existence of the BRICS. All of this actually is very, very important when we try to recalibrating the IP norms in the global perspective. Next, please. Right, so because of this, then we have to ask the question, why IP matters geopolitically? This is very, very fundamental question because, as I mentioned before, intellectual property is no longer a purely legal or commercial domain. It's very, very multifaceted, subject matter. So that's why, for me, it's very, very important if we try to look at the dynamic changes from various sources of perspectives. And then right now it has become central to national competitiveness, technological leadership, and even security strategy. If we look at these three, the first one is competitiveness, leadership, and also security. We can see that IP matters geopolitically. For example, patents, data rights, and copyrights, because as we know in Indonesia, for example, there are 7 branches of intellectual property. Number 1 is copyright, number 2 is patents themselves, and then trademarks and geographical indication, industrial design, and then layout designs of integrated circuit, trade secrets, and also plant varieties protection. So if you look at the substantive part of the intellectual property, it's very, very complicated because it covers a lot of things, it covers a lot of issues. So that's why when we try to see the geopolitics, then it's very, very interesting. So that's number 1. And number 2, state increasingly use IP frameworks actually to support industrial policy and shape global markets. So because of the complexity that we see actually from the geopolitical perspective, then we can see a lot of various changes in IP protection. And then we can see that these differences actually shape global markets. And that's why if we look at right now the protections of IP, it's far more complicated than previous decades. So that's why we have to find the solutions dealing with this issue. Next, please. My 4th slide actually discussing a little bit about traditional global IP order. In the global IP order, for example, we have TRIPS agreement, right? But previously, we had, for example, the Paris Conventions, the Berne Conventions, and then, followed by the TRIPS agreement. But right now, that's not enough because of the complexity of the world. And also because a lot of things happen, for example, the COVID, etc., etc. A lot of people question about the effectiveness of the TRIPS agreement as the fundamental base for all international IP protection. So if we look at the TRIPS, for example, it provided baseline harmonization, right? And also it, established expectation about the directions of the normative development. So this agreement actually is very important, particularly if we try to see the traditional global IP order. But we have to mention as well about the WIPO and the WTO, because without these two international organizations, I think it is impossible for us to see the effective protections of the intellectual property internationally. So if we look at the WIPO and the WTO, they serve as central institutions for coordination, and many believe, these two organizations actually, achievable and desirable. If we look at the, TRIPS-centric order, they form the foundations of international IP corporations, especially if we try to look at the period from the mid-1990s and also from the early 2010s. For example, there are a lot of, happens in international community, and we witnesses actually a lot of things, structured and formed because of the development during that period. All right, next slide, please. We try to see the signs of the fragmentation. I mentioned before that the complex, situations in the geopolitics in the world actually create a fragmentation. So this, sign of fragmentation is actually convergence, and then it's no longer guaranteed. Why? Because we observe widening gaps in standards, in regulatory priorities, and enforcement approaches. So these three actually are the big issues that always in questions, particularly when we are facing the pressures from the developed countries. So we can see the fragmentations because a lot of things happened in the global era, and then this just create a lot of differences, particularly from the perspectives, from the standards of the protection, etc., etc. But similarly, interpretations of these flexibilities also, because of this, differ across regions. For example, US, they have their own approach. The European Union, for example, they have their own as well, and also the China, for example, as the emerging power in the world, particularly from the economic perspective, they have their own. I will explain that in the next slide about the different approaches amongst the big countries and superpower countries in the world. Now, why this is very important as well, the fragmentation, because the fragmentations can reduce predictability and complicates cross-border innovations ecosystems. Since, we cannot isolate ourselves. We are part of Indonesia actually is part of the WTO organizations. And then as part of this organization, because we are the member of the organizations, we have to comply with all agreements that already made by the WTO. But the problems actually is not about the compliance, but it's more about the difference, the different interpretations amongst the countries because of the recent development in the geopolitics. Yeah. Next, please. Right. Next slide actually is we have a drivers of norm divergence. Well, several forces contribute to this divergence. For example, the first one is technological innovations. It evolves faster than the capacity of international law to respond. We can say that actually a lot of problems in the world right now cannot be catch up by the law, particularly the international law, to solve the problems that created by the dynamic changes in the world. So that's why we have the limitations actually when we try to see this from the legal perspective, since the international law itself actually is a little bit late to respond the dynamic changes. Number two, or the second non-divergence actually is geopolitical tensions and also techno-nationalism, push states to adopt inward-looking IP policies. So it's, it can reduce the quality of the protections of IP itself, since each member actually have their own policy based on their interest or public interest. And I think that creates a lot of complexity in the intellectual property protection. And number three, or the third reasons actually is countries implement industrial policy tools that adjust IP protection strategically. When you try to focus into your own public interest, it is understandable that each country right now have their own industrial policy, because they have their own interests, they have their own policy, they have their own goals. So that's why they have to adjust that interest actually with their situation. And because of this, then there are a lot of problems or conflicts that we have because of these differences. And then finally, it's about societal values, particularly regarding data privacy, public health issues, and then cultural rights. And this actually varies significantly across blocks. So that's the situations right now if we are talking about the protections of intellectual property internationally. Even though we have the TRIPS agreement, even though we have the organizations focusing on the protection of intellectual property internationally, like WIPO or WTO, but still it's not enough actually, since there are another development or dynamics that we have to focus on, which is the geopolitics itself. If we look at right now, there are a lot of polar dealing with the geopolitics. It's not just US right now. We recognize the new creations of BRICS. BRICS actually stands for Brazil, India, Russia, China, and South Africa. So they form the new power actually to balance the power of the US in terms of the international trade law, in terms of other issues, and then it includes, the intellectual property protection. Right, next slide, please. Well, in order to make this clear, I would like to ask you to take a look at the case study, the first case study. Number one is AI and machine learning. If you look at the AI and machine learning, for example, there are a lot of divergence. There are a lot of differences dealing with the answer to the challenge that brought by these new technologies, particularly from the AI and machine learning. The United States, for example, they tend to adopt market-driven. It is usual in US because I live in US for more than 7 years, and also during the Fulbright program, because I got the Fulbright Award 2019. I did research actually in 2019 at the School of Law, University of South Carolina in US. The topic that I brought at the time actually is about the performing rights, especially when we try to see that from the creative economy perspective. And that's very, very interesting because, when we try to look at the situation in the US, it's very, very market-driven approaches. So that's why it's completely different with the Indonesia. But I took a lot of lessons actually from that. And now we also try to see the AI and machine learning, because this is a new challenge actually when we are talking about the international dimensions of intellectual property, particularly if we try to see the protection of that branch of law internationally. So the United States, for example, they tend to focus on the doctrines such as fair use, or in Europe, actually, we recognize this as the fair dealing. Yeah, we also have the the exemptions like fair use in US. So that's why they are more flexible when they try to answer the new challenge brought by the new or high-tech technology development like AI and machine learning. But in contrast, for example, in European Union, they implement more stringent copyright protection alongside the EI Act, where they create robust compliance obligations. So it's very, very strict, stricter than the US approach. What about in China? In China, they also have their own. They use a state-led regulatory structure where this approach actually prioritizes security and state oversight. So these distinct philosophies demonstrate how emerging technologies amplify normative fragmentation. So from this new development, we can see, even though we have the TRIPS agreement, but our interpretations with the sections in the TRIPS agreement itself actually, is not the same. It's very, very different. So that's the problem that I raised that become, the main focus of these presentations. Right? We already have the IP norms, but that's not enough because of the complexity in the world. Right now, we have to take a lot of approaches. We have to try to answer the new challenges. We have to find the solutions. And my proposal, actually, we have to make the international cooperations, beyond the existence of the TRIPS agreement. I will explain that in the last slide of my presentations, why that happens and why we have to have, another tools actually to solve the problems that are created by the fragmentations of the power that heavily influence, the existence of the IP protections in the world. So that's my thesis actually through this slides of my presentations. So number 2 is case study about the medicines and public health. I want to prove actually that there are a lot of interpretations, even though the source of the law is similar amongst the member of the WTO, which is the TRIPS agreement. We are talking about the intellectual property, right? So that's why the main source of that, because it covers the international protections of IP, is the TRIPS agreement. So from the same article, which is Article 7, Article 8, a lot of problems or conflict just because of the differences of the interpretations to those articles, particularly Article 7 and Article 8. For example, medicines and public health, we already know because my specialization actually is in pharmaceutical patents. So I, discuss a lot of things and issues actually dealing with the patent protections and also public health issues. Well, throughout my research, actually, I found a lot of interesting things. A lot of experts also mentioned, oh, we cannot see the IP from the public health. They are different. Public health is public health, through their policy. But IP system is IP system. If we have the patented drugs, for example, increase the price of drugs and also the availability of the generic drugs, that's not the problems of the IP regime. That's the problem of the public health policy. Well, from the surface, maybe this is understandable, but actually, through my research, it's not. They are interconnected, because the patented drugs, through a lot of research that done by a lot of experts in the world, it is evident that actually the patented drugs increase the price of drugs. So that's why we need to talk about it, not just to protect the IP holders, but also we have to see the benefits that, given to the consumers. So it must be balanced, like Article 7 of the TRIPS agreements regulates. They mentions that in order to protect the innovation and also new technologies in the world, we have to balance that with the rights of the consumers. So that's why we have to implement the proportionalities, principles, for example, in this matter. So it's very, very important. Well, when we talk about the medicine and public health, for example, because under the TRIPS agreement, there is a strict regulations that we have to protect the innovations, particularly in the pharmaceutical sectors, for example. We cannot deny the protections itself. We have to regulate the one, but the impact of the patented drugs actually increase the price of drugs, right? So how the TRIPS agreement solve this problem? So that's why we have to interpret the TRIPS agreement in the more flexible way. That's why we have the TRIPS safeguards, particularly compulsory licensings. We also have bollard provisions. We also have the parallel imports. We also have the government use. Well, this is very, very important when we have a pandemic, for example. This is very, very relevant because through 2020 pandemic, actually, we can see the importance of recalibrating of the IP norms dealing with the recent situations in the world, like a pandemic, for example. We have to make different approaches dealing with this one. So during COVID, for example, disagreements over IP waivers highlighted. Yes, so a lot of people demand the waivers for the IP protection during the COVID. Well, from my perspective, even though this is understandable, but this is totally wrong because as Article 7 of the TRIPS agreement regulates that we have to protect the IP, but we have also to provide the benefits to the consumers. So if we want to interpret the TRIPS agreement, it doesn't mean we have to abolish the existence of the intellectual property itself, but we have to reinterpret that one in a new way that that is relevant to the new situations. For example, in the pandemic, if there is a lack of the capacity and capability of the members of the WTO to provide the vaccine or the medicines for curing the the COVID, for example, then we have to interpret TRIPS is more flexible. Through what? Through the international cooperations. We cannot just rely on the TRIPS because the latest amendment of the TRIPS agreement happened in 2005, and it is already, in is very already active actually in the world since 2017, right? The amendment itself. So we cannot rely on that because we need a lot of commitment from other countries. So the most important thing and the most the most realistic thing actually by making the international cooperations. I will explain that later, particularly in the last slides of my presentation. Next, please. Well, this is the rise of regional API standard setting. So because of the lack of the capability of the TRIPS agreement actually to accommodate a lot of demands from the members of the WTO. So that's why we can see the rise of the regional API standard setting right now in the world. For example, with multilateral processes, losing momentum, regional agreements now play an outsized role. For example, maybe you hear about the CPTPP, right? This is, CPTPP actually stands for Comprehensive and Progressive Agreements for Trans-Pacific Partnership. It establishes the TRIPS Plus standard, particularly for data exclusivity and enforcement. If you look at the CPTPP regulations, you can see that they are very, very rigid dealing with the data exclusivity. Data exclusivity actually deals with patent protection, deals with the pharmaceutical patents, right? And then, it's very, very, strict. That's why we have another regional comprehensive economic partnership. We call that RCEP. Well, RCEP actually involves the ASEAN countries and also the Pacific countries actually dealing with the international trade issues, particularly the intellectual property. That includes the intellectual property, but it's more flexible than the CPTPP. Yeah, so RCEP actually is more flexible. Yeah, because this is the reflections of the priorities of the diverse Asian states. So that's why they met this international partnership. If you look at the European Union, for example, they have a very, very comprehensive IP provisions through its bilateral trade agreements. Yeah, especially in areas such as geographical indications. And this layered regional regimes transform the architecture of global API governance. Yeah, since there are a lot of countries actually they also make the international cooperations. It's evident actually that the traditional IP norms actually are not enough to solve the problems that emerge during last 4 or 5 years. Yeah. Next, shifting power in norm entrepreneurship. So,
Professor, my apologies,
yes.
but you still have 5 minutes left.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, I still have like 3 more slides, and I think I can cover that and then end my presentations on time. Thank you so much for the gentle reminder. Right, so for the shifting power in norms entrepreneurship, my next slide, we can see and we can observe distributions of the normative influence. For example, when we see the emerging economies, these are no longer passive rule takers. The emerging economies actually actively shape agenda setting in WIPO committees and also in WTO negotiations. So we can see actually the power in norm entrepreneurship here. So then it's very, very interesting as well, because we can see the Global South, for example, they have the networks where they advocate for more equitable framework and greater policy greater policy space. And I think this diversifications of normative leadership is a defining characteristic of IB governance in multipolar era. So it's very, very interesting, right, to see the shifting power in norm entrepreneurship from the unipolar to the multipolar era. Next slide, please. Well, here I try to focus on the risk landscape. Well, of course, this current trajectory introduced, several risks because fragmentations, creates uncertainties for innovators operating across borders. As I mentioned before, even though, we criticize the existence of the, traditional IP norms and then, try to offer the solutions by making the international cooperations both regional and also bilateral through the free trade area. Well, it also brings risk, so we have to focus on that. So that's why in this slide I try to discuss a little bit about the risk landscape. Well, as I mentioned before, the fragmentation actually creates uncertainties for innovators operating across borders because they think maybe one day their innovations cannot be protected because of the commitment by two countries, for example. So that's why it's it brings risk to the to the IP IP holders. So next we have to focus on a lot of things. For example, divergent standards may impede technology transfer and complicate enforcement because we have different standards right through the international cooperations. So that's why I think I acknowledge the solutions that I offer through the international cooperation is not the only solution as well, because the solutions can be the risky options, right? So we have to be careful as well when we try to solve the problems through the international cooperation. So it must be balanced, it must be comply with others. So that's why it must be done structured and although it must be done systematically so that we cannot create new problems by solving the problems. Right. So, and then regulatory inconsistencies, for example, can increase, compliance burdens, especially for small, medium enterprises, for example, right? Because there are a lot of revolutionary, there are a lot of, dynamic changes. It can attack the existence of the, small and medium enterprises. So we have to be careful actually when we try to choose the international cooperations in order to solve the problems that created by the rigid interpretations of the traditional IP norms. Next, I also mentioned the strategic competitions could spill over into IP-related trade disputes. So we have to be careful as well, because strategic competitions actually can be very, very isolated. They just focus on their own interests, particularly for each member of the W. So we have to be careful as well when we try to see these challenges. So that's why the risks underscore the importance of dialogue and coordination. So we have to be careful once again in the step of the dialogue and coordinations in terms of making the international cooperations, because if we are not careful to to make a dialogue and also to coordinate the problems, then we will create new problems. Okay, the next slide is opportunities. I think this is very, very important. The next slide, please. Well, the opportunities, there are a lot of opportunities actually. For example, more flexible global condition allow states to design IP regimes tailored to local innovation ecosystem, for example. Or, developing countries can exercise greater bargaining power in norm setting discussion. That's another opportunities. And, the standards, for example, we have to find the standard, because the standard or differentiated standard, for example, may support innovation in sectors such as digital platforms, also in green technologies or cultural industries. So that's why the multipolarity do not preclude cooperation. It can foster creative and context sensitive governance models. So as I mentioned before, cooperations is one of the solutions, but this is not the only solutions, but it can be the complementary of the existence of the traditional IP norms. And then what about the pathway to the recalibrations? Well, you know, there are several things that we can focus on. For example, states may pursue functional convergence in emerging technology domains, for example, aligning objectives even if rules differ. Second, we can use plurilateral agreements that can, serve as bridge between regions or blocks. Yeah, as I mentioned before, the existence of the regional cooperation, regional institutions right now is rampant, and this is a kind of trend amongst the countries, where they create blocks or trade blocks, and also the, free trade regions. So we have to be careful as well when we see this. But this is the pathway as well. We can use that opportunities actually to calibrate or maybe recalibrate the IP norms. And then the next thing that I would like to expose a little bit is about the interoperability of regulatory regimes. It also can reduce practical friction, right? So in order to make the international cooperations as the solutions that is safe for every country, then we have to enhance, the interoperability of regulatory regimes, because they can reduce practical frictions. And finally, strengthening WIPO's coordination's role may support a more balanced, norm making process. So this is very important as well. We have to involve the international organizations, or maybe, the existing bodies under the UN, for example, like WIPO, through their coordinations, we can, ask them actually to support a more balanced norm making process, because this is one of their obligations actually, to create a better conditions dealing with the IP protection internationally. And my last slide actually is about policy recommendation. My policy recommendations actually is we should promote, outcome-based harmonization that focuses, on shared goals rather than identical legal language. So for me, if we have something, the approach like regional and also bilateral, I think it's more flexible rather than have the uniform interpretations, because like the TRIPS agreement, even though we have the harmonizations of the TRIPS, but then the interpretations as well, it's a little bit it's a little bit different, and then creates a lot of problems dealing with the protections of IP itself. And then, IP frameworks must balance proprietary rights with public interest imperatives, particularly in health, AI, and also sustainability. So these three issues must be focused or prioritized in the, in finding the solutions of the problems of the intellectual property protection internationally. And lastly, cross-regional dialogues should be encouraged, including between ASEAN, the EU, and African Union, and others, because capacity building, for example, and technical cooperations remain crucial to ensuring inclusive participations in global norm setting. So my proposal actually is, when we try to see the problems dealing with the protections of IP internationally, we have to find a very, very friendly approach dealing with the problems in intellectual property, because there are a lot of countries actually have their own approaches, etc., etc. So that's why capacity building and technical cooperations remain crucial. So once again, international cooperation itself, it's not the only solution. It must be accompanied by others, for example, like capacity building and also technical cooperation. Lastly, or final slide, my closing message actually, although the global IP regime, faces significant fragmentation, there is still substantial room for constructive cooperation. The challenge is not to re-establish uniformity, but to develop resilient, adaptable, and equitable frameworks that reflect a multipolar reality. So by recalibrating global IP norms in a pragmatic and forward-looking manner, for example, we can support innovation while maintaining the integrity of the international legal system. I think that's the end of my presentations. And once again, I'm very, very happy to share my opinion through the question and answer session. And now I return the floor to the moderator. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Utalbo, for your very insightful presentation. Your presentation shows how intellectual property has evolved from a technical legal regime to a strategic instrument of geopolitics. Actually, I really like your idea about recalibration because your emphasis on recalibration through functional convergence and strengthened multilateral cooperation provide a timely framework for rethinking global intellectual property governance. Okay. And also when we discussing trips, you also mentioned about trips plus. I think like one possible takeaway is that trip plus is about control, while the other side or trips flexibility it's about choice. I think like it's very interesting if we can discuss about that. But before I jump to probably I will uh, give opportunity for our participant first to deliver if their question, if they have a question. So for participants, please feel free to turn on your camera and also your microphone if you want to deliver your question directly to Professor Utomo, or you might just type down your question through the chat box. Okay, please, for the participants, do you have a question? Okay, we have Miss Retno. She typed down 3 questions. Probably you want to read that, or you want me to read the question for you,
All
Professor
right, thank you
Utomo?
so much. Yes, I tried to see the question through the
Okay.
chat. All right.
Yes.
I think it's from Ibu Retno, right? It's about the traditional medicine. Well,
Yes.
right. Ibu Retno, thank you so much for the questions. You tried to raise the questions dealing with the traditional medicines, right? Well, from the TRIPS agreement itself, actually, as we mentioned, that this is even though this is traditional IP norms, actually, they establish a very, very modern standard of the IP protection, where for the protection itself, it's very, very individual. So traditional medicines, actually, it's very, very collective. So it cannot be protected under the modern regime of intellectual property. However, through the WIPO, for example, we have another approaches where we have a sui generis of the protections of the traditional medicines, under the communal intellectual property. In Indonesia, we call that KIK, Kekayaan Intelektual Komunal, where we have a separate approach, even though sometimes, we can combine that one in the international forum or negotiations, for example, to talk about it. But actually, this is separately from the source of the TRIPS agreement. So when you ask about the existence of the TRIPS agreement dealing with the protections of the traditional medicines, of course, they cannot protect that one since the standard is different. So in order to protect that one, we have to fulfill the requirement of modern standard of the patent protections through the medicines. In medicines, for example, if we try to look at the technological perspective, and then if they fall into the categories of the protections of the patent under the modern standard of the IP protection, then it can be protected. And don't forget also about the exemptions under the Indonesian patent law as well, where some subject matters cannot be protected if they fall into several exemptions under our law. So once again, if you want to protect the traditional medicines, the tool actually is not the TRIPS agreement, but we have to see others, for example, like WIPO law or WIPO agreement, for example, on that matters, and then we can see that one. However, there is a relation between the traditional medicines and the patented medicines. For example, if some pharmaceutical companies, for example, they want to invent something, and the source of the inventions actually is from the traditional knowledge. They have to reveal that one during the process of the registrations of patent, for example. They have to reveal, they have to you know, they have to mention explicitly, but you know, their invention actually is from the traditional knowledge for certain areas, and then after they commercialize that one under, for example, in Indonesia, under Article 26 of the Indonesian patent law, they have to make you know, a benefit sharing. If they commercialize something, and they obtain that one actually through the traditional knowledge that they found in certain areas. So that's why they have to disclose that one in their patent registration documents. So yeah, once again, in conclusion, even though this is two different or two separate issues, but they can interconnect it actually when we are talking about the use of the traditional knowledge as the part of the inventions that can be protected by the patent. So they have to reveal that one based on our current law, particularly from the law in Indonesia. All right, so that's my answer to Ibu Ratna's question. I think number 2, I think I cannot see.
Okay,
The next
second
questions, can you
question.
help me, please? Can you
Okay,
make me, Ms.
can
Willy?
Can 3+ obligation indirectly undermine national effort to protect traditional knowledge by narrowing states' discretion in patent examination? I think you already
Yeah, I
elaborate
already
this
mentioned that.
answer. So probably if you want to jump
Yeah,
to the
sure.
third question, it's about both unipolar and also multipolar system bring positive and also negative aspect, of course.
Right.
In your point of view, particularly in the field of intellectual property, which regime offers more positive outcomes, a unipolar or multipolar regime?
Yeah. Well, for me, actually, if that uniform, oh, you have to know about the history of the TRIPS agreement, right? Who is the initiators of that? Of course, developed countries, right? US, and then supported by European Union, and also supported as well by Japan. All of them actually is developed countries. So it is understandable, actually, a lot of things, a lot of substantive matters or parts of the TRIPS agreement actually are a reflection of their interests. So that's uniform, you know, agreement. So the danger of the uniform agreement, actually, sometimes we use the, you know, the more influencing power in order to reflect other, to interpret the similar interpretations of the law, even though they have a different, you know, development of economy and technology, but they have to accept that one. Because you know, as we know, actually, if we want to be the part of the WTO, or if we want to be the member of the WTO, we have to ratify all agreements that already made by the WTO. So even though that take it or leave it, it is impossible, right? We have to leave it because we cannot. I mean, we don't want to be isolated by the international community or the world. So that's why the only solution, actually, we have to take it. But the problem is, actually, all standards actually are from the developed countries. So if you ask me which one actually is the best approach, the uniform or multi? Well, I really like the multi, so that's why I offer international cooperation. Because for me, even though this is a uniform interpretation under the international organizations, for example, but the standard itself are from the developed countries as the original initiator of the agreement. So that's why we have to be careful in this. So in order to be a complementary element of that. So that's why I asked to make a negotiation. But another risk, if we try to use the international negotiations to solve the problems of the uniform interpretations of the TRIPS agreement, because this is multilateral agreement, right? The risk actually is the different bargaining power amongst the parties who make the international cooperation. So this is a kind of another trap, right? Because the key actually is the bargaining power. even though I propose actually the formal interpretations or uniform interpretations of the international source of the law, as well like the TRIPS agreement, by adopting the international corporations, but we have to be careful as well. Who are the parties that will be the party of that negotiations? If they have a very, very powerful pressure, for example, or influence, then the result also is just the same like the TRIPS agreement as well. So here, why we are facing a very, very unique and very, very difficult situations dealing with the protections of IP, because the history of the IP is not from the developing countries, it's from the developed countries. So that's why all standards, all principles are taken from those group of countries. So that's the problem. So that's why I agree actually when we try to make a balanced approach in order to solve the problems of the different interpretations of the TRIPS agreement, for example, we have to use the sui generis regulation and also sui generis protections of our strengths, which is traditional knowledge and also other things dealing with the traditional community. We have to protect that one in order to balance the power or the strength of the international or multilateral agreement, which the best of that actually is from the developed countries. So I think if we want to utilize the international corporations, we have to ask the international organizations who can be the facilitator, which is the WIPO. The question is, why not WTO? Well, again, WTO actually is dominated by the developed countries, but WIPO, majority of the member of the UN, because WIPO actually is the special bodies or agencies under the UN, and majority of the members are developing and least developed countries, right? So we have our voice there. They can accommodate our benefits to balance the power of the international or multilateral agreements, whatever the forms are. But the balancing the power, I think, is the key to solve the problems, including the problems of intellectual property protection internationally.
Okay, thank you so much. Your explanation is very amazing. Probably, okay, Mr. To say thank you for the explanation. For Prof. Tommy, she's very impressed by your answer, and me as well, actually, because yeah, we think that multi-port is better, but the balancing power, it's way much. We need to pay much attention to the balancing power of the parties that make a negotiation or collaboration in the intellectual property aspect. I mean, like,
right. Can I
okay,
add
thank you
something,
so much.
Miss Willie? Can I
Mhm.
add something?
Yes, of
Right. So
course.
that's why the regional agreement is very important, actually. So
Mhm.
individually interest, individually power, it's very important. But the most important thing, actually, we have to find the similar countries who have the similar interests to form the group. So that's why I'm very, very happy to see the existence of BRICS, because this is kind of the balancing the power of the superpower countries, for example. So in order to find the better conditions, dealing with legal issues in the world.
Okay, yeah, that's perfect. That's
Right.
perfect. Uh, I feel like it's a perfect, like you have you said that we need to find some countries that has same powers like us, so we can make some, like, allies.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you so
All
much,
right.
Professor.
You're
Because
very welcome.
because of the very limited time, I think we need to move the other speakers. Do you have a closing statement before
Yeah,
I move
sure.
to
So
Professor?
I think a lot of people right now just focus on the goods, services. They forget actually the commodity of the international trade is not just goods and services. If we want to survive, actually, we have to focus on other source of income. It's not just natural resources. We have to optimize the potentials of the people, which is intellectual property. So I think when we see the different balance, the different and unbalanced power, we can see actually because we never try to focus on the strength of the intellectual capacity that can be the new source of our economy. So in the in the next decades, I hope the government can prioritize this sector so that we can be a competitive country in order to make cooperations without, as I mentioned before, the key actually is the bargaining power. Without that one, there is no bargaining power, and then we always face the pressure from other countries, particularly from the developed countries, under the international negotiations or international agreement meetings, etc., or agendas. Thank you so much once again for having me, and I hope one day we can meet again through another international seminar that helped by the APPIHI, and I hope success for everybody, and thank you so much for your attention. Thank you. So I return the floor to the moderator.
Okay, thank you so much once again, Professor Tommy Surya Utomo, for your very insightful presentation. Now we will move to the second speakers. Building on our discussion of international economy governance, we will now turn to the constitutional challenges posed by digitalization and also artificial intelligence, particularly in the context of cross-border taxation, fiscal sovereignty, and also the digital economy. Our second speaker is Professor Edwardas Zahnevikus from the Faculty of Law and Administration, University of Gdańsk, Poland. Here's
Hello.
his CV. Okay, I will read your curriculum vitae first, Professor. Is it okay for you?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, thank you. Professor Edwardas Zahnevikus is a professor at the Faculty of Law and Administration of the University of Gdańsk, where he's also served as the Dean representative for international cooperation, particularly with the universities in Central and also Eastern Europe. He holds a PhD in law and is a member of the European Association of Tax Law Professors, or EITLP. And his academic and professional expertise lies in international and European tax law, international economic law, and the regulation of the digital economy. He has been actively involved in international research collaboration and has served as a visiting lecturer and scholar at universities across Europe, Asia, Africa, Australia, and the Caribbean. Professor Zahnevikus, you have 30 minutes. May I confirm that you are ready to start?
So I just apologize in the beginning. I get 10 minutes because I need to go to the train because that's was planned to finish it exactly as was planned. Sorry.
Okay.
The topic, I would say maybe how important is this topic. In psychology, there is known the theory of dead horse. That's actually connected with Europe because we speak about different topics, and we do not really care about AI because specifically we do not see any changes connected with all the areas of law. The dead horse, it means usually you can easily Google, you can easily find the picture. So you see the horse is dead, and at least the Europe officials of the Europe, they just standing around the horse and just thinking if the horse can come as the first or the second or the third. No, the horse is dead, so it's not possible that is going to come as the leader. So that's why the topic is very important. When we speak about AI in taxation, probably all, mass medias, even in the science, that's the beginning of 2013, when the Bill Gates actually explained and just mentioned that tsunami is coming, AI is coming, robots are coming. And it's important because when AI is coming, it's two important issues. That a lot of people are going to lose the jobs. So people losing our jobs at the same time struggle for the budgets because not money will be coming to the budget. And at the same time, Second issue, what about people? How to help them if they do not have any job? So the suggestion of the Bill Gates, he suggested that the best idea probably to tax the robots. And that's the issue probably in the beginning for the science, how to tax the robots. And the second issue, to provide the money for all the citizens who are going to lose the jobs. That's actually nothing new, because in the theory of economics, we heard many discussions long time ago. That's kind of like basic income for citizens. It means right now probably a lot of different countries provide some kind of benefits for the citizens, and it means like you need to meet certain conditions. I don't know, like Poland or all the Europe, we struggle with the demographic problems, so we provide the money for like big families, for families with one husband or wife, or all other, I don't know, tax benefits for married couples, etc. So the basic income means there is no need to meet any conditions. It means the idea of the basic income to pay the money for all the citizens just from the time they just get born. And actually experiment that's connected with probably with AI, what is just going to be in near future. Experiment was done in Finland and in part of Canada, and there was a kind of, I don't know, also kind of observation that we observed in Switzerland. Switzerland made the referendum to vote if it's a good idea to introduce the basic income in Switzerland. So they actually, after the voting, decided not to have this kind of institution in Switzerland. But we have the results probably from Finland. That was the example that all the citizens under the experiment, they received 800 euros per month, and they was just able to spend the money as they want. At the same time, as I just mentioned, it doesn't matter if you work or you do not work, you are eligible to get the 800 euros. So the experiment stopped, and authors of the experiment say that's not enough time. Probably we need a few years to get the results, but at least one actually feature is right now available based on the survey of the people who just was part of the experiment. All of them, you can answer yourself, are more happy. What do you think, or not more happy? That's probably obvious. The majority answered that they were more happy. And this is the part regarding what we need actually for the future when AI is taking our job. But the second part, that's actually my presentation. What about how to tax? Probably like in the law, in the civil law, we created legal person and legal personality. In many countries actually choose for the taxation that the taxpayer usually is a physical person, legal person, an entity without legal personality. And depends on the jurisdiction, there is like, I don't know, a lot of different kind of entities that are not in the spheres I just mentioned, like physical, legal, and entity without legal personality. I don't know. For example, when the company is just under the creation in the light of Polish law, is still not legal person, it's not for sure physical person, but just becoming a taxpayer in Polish tax law. So that was the raised question by many countries, if AI itself, or just for the imagination, a robot could be a taxpayer. That's question was raised not for actually for the need for the taxation, but more for the issues connected with the liabilities. So at least European Union answered not ready right now to give the legal personality for AI. But as I just mentioned, probably it works itself very nice, especially if you see right now the slide in the middle. If you, I don't know, practice the tax law. So in the light of tax law, we have kind of virtual taxpayers when the company is doing the business abroad. So it's so-called personal establishment. So when we speak about possibility to tax, so as we just started with the taxpayer, the second is called object of taxation. What would be the object of taxation? How are we going to tax the possession of robots? Are we going to tax the business activity of the robot? Are we going just to tax I don't know, any idea that the robot exists? The third is the tax base, because it's also connected how the tax will be structured. So the second usually, I don't know, the quantity of robots, what robot can do, and other issues connected with the robots. Probably the last two are not so important because we need to exactly to establish the idea how to tax, because the last two are connected with the tax rates and the possibilities that robots in sometimes they will be not paying any taxes. So that's actually in the beginning for the national law. But the idea is actually connected, because if we speak about AI, it's not only robots that we gonna probably see on, I don't know, on the streets, on the roads, but AI in virtual reality. And the virtual reality, as we speak, we usually speak about two more important issues. One is just like double taxation, and this double taxation is connected the competition between countries. We call it tax competition, because majority of the countries, they are changing the tax policy only for the own interest of the states, not exactly, I don't know, how, I don't know, we probably do not care as a Polish tax policy what is going to be in Indonesia. And at the same time, Indonesia, if they change any tax policy, tax rates, they do not care what is going on in Europe. And that's we call a tax competition. And another issue, because as probably, I don't know, the behavior of taxpayers is in most countries is the same, because people do not like paying taxes, so they trying to evade paying taxes. So we speak about tax evasion and tax avoidance. So the examples right now, even without AI, we have like a few countries with the big companies, especially on the top is US, with the big companies as Uber, Booking, Airbnb, and there is like the issue how to tax them, because when we speak about like classic example of the business, it means we speak about the presence of the business. Presence of the business, it means that the business needs to be done here. It's usually connected that we have the kind of property, we have some kind of people who do the business, and based on the activities of those people with the property, we can say that this is the presence of the business in this country. But in the light of like the examples of Airbnb, Booking, and other applications, companies say we are not here in these countries, so there is no presence of the business. So at the same time, the majority of rent is just run by one or two companies, and it means that they do not paying any taxes in this country. So this is how it looks like. So if we speak about AI, So it's right now no any specific regulations connected how is need to be taxed because we still even do not finish about the e-commerce, especially what is just done right now. So for tax regulation, I just created 5 constitutional pillars that need to be discussed not only on the level of the national country, but at the same time discussed between other countries. So that's changing the idea of sovereignty because define the digital presence for access of the dates, especially in the light of AI. The change of the legality because if we speak about taxes, so the taxpayer just becoming, I don't know, the robot or AI. At the same time, the tax decision, because AI is used by the tax authority, we do not actually see how AI works, so we do not actually fulfill the principle of transparency in the tax law. The next one is proportionality, and I started. It is about the cooperation between the countries. So this is actually probably most challenges for the tax law. And I want to finish. Maybe some of you would like to ask some questions. I show you my WhatsApp. I'm coming from University of Gdańsk. We have huge cooperation with Indonesian universities. I'm happy to answer all the questions, but right now I need to go to the train. Thanks a lot. Can you hear me?
Okay, thank you so much, Professor, for your very amazing presentation. So, based on your presentation, that's clearly demonstrate that the taxation has evolved into a constitutional issue and also as a fiscal authority, and it is increasingly shaped by cross-border process. You also highlighted how AI-driven digitalization challenge traditional tax concept while reinforcing the need for transparency, due process, and also safeguards to protect fiscal sovereignty and also taxpayer rights. Okay, so we now will open 10 minutes of discussion for participants who would like to raise a question. Please feel free to turn on your camera and also your microphone, or you can just type your question in the chat box.
So I see one question. How do constitutional and exact country ensure that global issue is well observed? If we speak about AI, I do not know any constitution because right now probably that is raised by many philosophies and constitutional law. So the right to be served not by AI but to be served by the human being. So if we speak about constitutions, so especially in Europe, we did establish like general act on AI, but we right now started like in Poland creating the policy of AI. So there is no right now any sign that's constitutions of different countries solve this issue. The next question, can AI taxation become a new source of government revenue without hindering innovation? This is actually a good question because that was the beginning of internet. Many countries, not to stop the development of internet, they, especially US, they just called this moratorium on internet taxes. And this is also like kind of obstacle. One issue you would like to raise the revenues of the budget, and you trying to establish a new taxes. Hello. You're trying to establish a new taxes, and you always just struggling or asking yourself, is it going to stop the innovation? So the idea to find the balance, and probably like US is doing to be top in all the innovations. So right now they just raising the hand and they just saying stop any digital services taxes because we going to answer with the tariffs. So this is probably the most important issue in the economy.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Probably Miss Dennis and also Miss Roro, if you two have a following question or would like to give another question, please just type it in the chat box, and I will give other opportunities for others. Okay, so Miss Roro, have a others question. How can the taxation on the use of AI affect the economic gap between large corporation and also small and medium enterprises?
So yeah, as you ask, all the questions connected with the economy. So there is no specific kind of research how is going to influence, because it's always the idea that we trying in the light of using tax instruments to fulfill the principles of fairness. And this is the theory. What does mean the principle of fairness? So probably we can try to affect the economic gap between large corporation, but I don't believe that is possible, because right now like a few big companies with AI just taking the whole dirt and just dividing like in like big pieces, not the small pieces.
Okay, thank you so much for your answer to our participants. Is there anyone to deliver the question? Okay, Mr. Pamunggara, you might open your camera and your microphone.
Hello, good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello, Mr. Edward Juniwix. Let me introduce myself. My name is Pamunggara Fitspati. I am just some humble citizen of the Indonesia. I want to ask you some question, just one question. Is it possible if one countries or some of the countries had some economical problems, AI had become the solution, so to prevent any kind of unnecessary act, just like redenomination or something else. Thank you very much.
So it's actually with the taxes, it's quite difficult because all the questions, if it is not possible even in European Union, because this sphere of taxes are just belong to the national interests of the state. So even in EU, one of the principle of EU, we speak about the solidarity, but it doesn't mean the solidarity as you have in your families. So the global order is not like your family and you trying to take your principles from your family to put to the global order to all the countries that cooperate between each other. So in the families, like the issue is like we speak about the compromise, about the sacrifice. So in the global order, which we see right now, is nothing similar. So right now it's just every country trying to use in order to be, I don't know, because all the simulations before the AI was connected. If you would like to develop, like you need to have more citizens. That was the simulation of the economy. And something changed right now. That's the number of the citizen is still important, but it could be changed because of the AI. Because like just to imagine that in the country we're gonna have like, I don't know, the billion of the citizen at the same time the billion of the robots. So the country which is going to produce right now more robots will be more developing, and they do not care about the what is going on in other countries.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Mr. Pramunggara, do you have following question or others? You need, or do you have any question?
Yes, it's quite a perfect answer to Professor Edward, because as you know, and Miss Willie also know, here in Asia we had some problems in the economical field, and I'm sorry, I'm not try to use or antagonize the people that I had been, and I will mention, but the Ministry of Treasury, uh, which all know who he is actually, had some kind of act with redenomination, and think that will help the economic our economic problems will solve. But I think it's very impossible, because it took 3 years, because I've had seen the news on YouTube, and I hope it's had valuable and really responsible data. It says that Indonesia can't be redominization, can't do redominization, if I understand correctly. It must took 3 years. That's why, and I ask you the question is, can it's possible that AI can be a solution without, as some other questions, other participants said, without hindering any innovation, can also be another new ways to what will I say, to fix the economy better. That's why. Thank you very much.
So if I can, because there's many questions in the chat at the same time, but I think like you cannot imagine the problems that the Europe is struggling right now, because it's usually when I'm just going to abroad, like I don't know, to some African countries. So before going, I just think, oh my God, we struggle with so many problems. But when I'm just coming back and I see, oh, that's actually is quite good, because the economy of some of the states, and we just, I don't know, struggle like 7% of the unemployment, or something else, and it just looks just too much. And we're coming to the country and they just say official is like 40%, unofficial is like more than 50%. And I was thinking, oh, that's the economy of our state is quite good. And it's always, I'm just saying that the taxes are always used before, and we will be using right now, just to influence the economy and to influence the behavior of the taxpayers. I don't know. Right now, with the taxes, we want that family is gonna have more kids. So I would say like all the problems of your economy, at least right now, they could be solved, because you still have raising population. So you're still raising the number of the people. And of course, I do not know about the achievements of Indonesia in AI. If you have any, you can use it for example, I don't know, for the tax administration, because the majority here in Europe, we just struggle with the gray market. The gray market, I don't know, like 20% of the economy. That money are actually not used properly, I don't know, for social needs or for anything that could be used. So I do not know how big is the gray market in Indonesia. And AI, for example, could help to battle the tax avoidance and etc. But at the same time, I've just been to Indonesia uh, 3 weeks ago. So I can say just, I don't know, observing how you develop, because I've been like free time. So you do not have same problems, like big problems as Europe. Europe, we have very old population. We are not developed in AI. We are not competitive anymore. What we have good fresh air comparing to your country.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor. Mr. Pramunggara. Do you
So
have?
you need to come to my university. We can discuss for long hours.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much, Professor. Okay. And
It's
in the
like
chat box,
three more questions in the chat.
yes,
Uh, yes, like
from
AI
Miss
is
Roro.
already used the tax avoidances. Many governments use AI with the algorithms that trying to catch the transactions that are used only for the avoidance. That's for the first question. For the second, it means right now is a challenge because we speak about one of the idea to treat the AI as a human being. So to introduce all the taxes for a human being, because just imagine that AI is a legal person that get the property, get the car, get the income. So one of the idea, like nothing changed, but treat as a human being and tax same way. And the last one, how can governments balance the complexity of taxing AI with the need of transparency and simplicity in tax system? That's actually hmm, uh, is only in the theory we speak about the simplicity of tax system. The tax system is actually as complicated as it is in many countries. Even we have the rating of the countries with the complicated tax system. So Poland is in top 10 most complicated tax system. So there is actually, if we speak about the AI and we speak about that the government will be using AI for the taxation needs, so we really do not understand how AI is working. It's a kind of like a black box. So if we do not really know how the decision is made, so it's just quite difficult to speak about the transparency. But at the same time, that's actually I will compare about to the I don't know court decisions. This is like we have a lot of research how the judge just making the decision. So probably comparable is here how the AI will be solving all the issues. Uh, I hope I just answered all the questions.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor. Probably based on your previous explanation to Mr. Pramwangara, I think like Indonesia now about the AI taxation is still challenging for Indonesia. And actually, I have a question as well for you related to the AI taxation and also the constitutional fiscal sovereignty. So if international tax rule increasingly constrain national fiscal choices, how can developing countries like Indonesia, because yeah, we know that Indonesia is not holds that big power rather than others superpower country. So how Indonesia can preserve their constitutional fiscal sovereignty while still engaging in global tax cooperation?
So probably the unions. So you just becoming, as far as I know, and just making kind of like negotiations with the big countries. So that's to be the part of the like kind of union gonna help countries that will be in the union at least I don't know to compete between each other fairly and just to make the balance and on all the interests. So it's like I don't know. It's like usually it's just I'm usually comparing with the family. So in the family, sometimes you need to sacrifice because one of the kids, I don't know, gonna get something more because you need to, I don't know, to provide right now the education for this kid, but you not able to provide something else for another kid. So that's that the union going to help and just to create a part kind of family.
Okay, thank you so much. I think your answers can be elaborate with Professor Tommy Suryo explanation before before this session. Okay, thank you so much, Professor Edwardus. Is there any participant who would like to engage with this session? You might open your camera or your microphone, and if you just want to type it down in the chat box, it's you can do that as well. Okay.
So I invite you to come to Gdańsk. We have like not many. We have like probably about 5-6 students who coming for the exchange. I mean, law students, other students going to other faculties. So we're happy to host you at our university. I shared as my last slide. Even I can just put here my WhatsApp. If your university would like to cooperate, I'm coordinator for international cooperation. Just message me and we can schedule the Zoom meeting.
Okay, perfect, Professor. Okay, thank you so
Thank you
much.
very much.
Okay, once again, thank you so much, Professor Edwardas Zanevikus, for your very insightful and thought-provoking presentation. Do you have any last closing statement if you want?
I keep my fingers crossed on it. That's at least next conference, like in a few years, we'll be still human beings at the webinar, not the robots. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor. See you again, and we will move to the last but not least speaker. Okay, so our last speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Sony Julhuda. Dr. Zulhuda is a recognized expert in cyber law, cybersecurity, data protection, and artificial intelligence governance. He holds a doctoral degree in law and has published extensively on digital rights, privacy protection, cybercrime, and also technology regulation, but nationally and also internationally. And beyond academia, Dr. Sony's expertise was sought to assist various government agencies in Malaysia on legal and policy development, including the National Cybersecurity Policy, Personal Data Protection Bylaws, Cybersecurity Act 2024, and the Data Sharing Act 2024 as well. And he was also a member of Personal Data Protection Appeals Tribunal appointed by the Minister of Communication and Multimedia Malaysia from 2021 until 2024. So, Dr. Zulhuda, you have 30 minutes. Are you ready to start? Hello? I think you still muted, Doctor. Okay.
Hello.
Yes, okay, you are audible. Okay, you may proceed,
you.
Doctor.
Let me now share my slides. Can you all see my screen now?
Yes, it's visible.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for having me. Thank you for the APPIHI and all the members, as well as the organizers of this webinar. I think this topic and this conference itself cannot come at a better time. This is time where we have to collaborate internationally when it comes to learning, when it comes to working. We learn together globally, learn how the law develops in other countries, and certainly to improve our own legal systems. So with that spirit, I come and participate today from the perspective of from the expertise where I have been, which is on international digital law, or cyber law. And today I'll be sharing with the audience on the global cybercrime law, and the topic more specifically, global cybercrime treaties and Indonesian law challenges and the way forward. Let me continue now with this very foundational slide where we come from when it comes to globalization and digitalization. All these things will have to come together in order to make the best response to the changes that are going on in society. I think the good law for us, we all know that the good law is the one which can respond very effectively to the changes that we see in the society. Today, the society is already called information society or digital society. And this is not only happening in one or particular country or region, but it is already a global situation. We are all talking about globalization plus digitalization. So the law will have to respond to that. If the law fail to respond to these particular developments, then you will find that the law will be stuck and the country and the society will be stuck. Imagine, for example, if the law is not ready to facilitate online commerce or electronic commerce, what will happen is that people will be hesitant to start, buying and shopping online, and because they are just not sure how their transactions will be protected in the legal system. Therefore, the law will have to move forward and look at what is needed by society today. And we all live with the technology today, digitalization, as well as datafication. Yeah, in my next slide, not only we are looking at the digitalization, but also datafication is very important. What is datafication? Yeah, datafication is actually the next phase of digitalization. In digitalization, we get all what our manual work, what used to be manual, becomes digitized. You have your work digitalized, you have your books becomes e-books, all the meetings become online meetings. Yeah, then all the processes already become digital. So this is digitalization. But the moment we include and embed more data, and especially both that personal data as well as corporate data, then this is the new phase which is called datafication. If you compare, for example, between the camera today and the camera in the past, the camera in the past that we use to take pictures in the past, this camera does not share the data that it has, meaning the data, the image, the videos that we capture with that camera will stay in that device. However, today, when you snap a picture, when you capture any movement, any video in your mobile, yeah, there's high likeliness that the data will be shared to a third party, because you already have your data being synchronized with other platforms such as cloud, as well as other online platforms. At the same time, your picture will be automatically shared to social media that you subscribe to. Therefore, the pictures do not stay in the mobile phone, do not stay in the camera, but they are already shared to third parties. This is what we call as datafication. And then now we are seeing a very tremendous development. Not only the data will be embedded and empowered by the digital technology, but also the digital technology start to automate itself. Automation means there is a reduction of human intervention. Yeah, so in the online transaction, any business today, even in the during work, during data analysis, so many of these are already being automated. Yeah, automated means either you involve AI, you involve robotic technologies, or any other technologies that will automate itself, and therefore the human judgment is getting lesser and lesser. I think some part of this issue has been discussed in the previous by the previous speaker, how AI will make a tremendous change here to our life, yeah, both personally and professionally. Therefore, the digitalization that we used to understand now, it already becomes automatization, meaning this process has become less and less human judgment controlled. So what do we have with the law here? Certainly, there will be so many legal issues when it comes to this new phenomenon. Only recently we also have we see lot more traffic accidents, for example, due to the failure of smart cars, or smart cars mean unmanned cars, yeah, the cars that without drivers, yeah, cause accidents. And not only it cause accident, it cause injuries to people. We see more and more accidents like this in the US and in many other countries. Yeah, I'm not too sure about Indonesia, whether we already have that kind of accidents. However, it becomes more and more obvious from time to time that this many legal issues will actually emerge from this incident. Who will be responsible? Who shall assume responsibility when it comes to causing injury due to the smart cars, for example? Of course, especially courts in the US had been discussing this from a variety of angles. There is no one specific trend by which we can say, oh, he's going to be liable, or the product owner will be responsible, or the user will be responsible. No, actually, as a matter of fact, on this particular issues, the courts in US has had a very diverse opinions. So this is really our challenge as to how the law will respond to that. In Indonesia, I mean, we are blessed by the big quantity. Even one American influencer who came to Indonesia said that when I was in Indonesia, my live stream got the highest record of viewers in just one day. Yeah, this guy, by he's popularly known as iShowSpeed. He said that his experience when he was in Indonesia, yeah, he got his viewership record broken when he was in Indonesia, reaching over 20 million views in just one day. So I'm highlighting this particular piece of story. Why? Because just to show you how big actually is the digital society in Indonesia, and also to show to you, for example, the Indonesian social media users are top of the world, if not top, the second top or the third top. Yeah, Indonesians are second on TikTok after the US. Indonesian users are third on Facebook after India and the US, and number 4 on YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter, and WhatsApp. So this is a tremendous, a huge viewership in Indonesia. So certainly there are lots of stake, a lot of things at stake, in Indonesia, when we allow huge numbers of people on the internet, and they are very actively doing the transactions, businesses, communications, and so on. So if Indonesian legal system is not ready to respond and to deal and to accommodate this digital development, then it will be a waste. But let me also highlight to you, because I am supposed to talk about the cyber threat. Yeah. So based on the World Economic Forum report in 2025, still cyber threats were among the top 10, among the top 10 global risks that we are facing in the next 2 or 10 years. So you see, for example, these items which are colored in purple, like misinformation and disinformation, cyber espionage, cyber warfare, adverse outcomes of AI. Yeah, these are among things that will haunt people because it becomes more and more uncontrollable. This is due to the huge impact. It is no time now that we are seeking the truth, the accuracy of a news. People, when they receive news, they simply share or reshare it to other people. So it becomes multiple misinformation and disinformation, to the extent that we don't know where the news comes from. So this is also a problem in many countries, including in Indonesia. So this is how the map of the global risk is being put up by the World Economic Forum. As you see, most of all the global risks are interconnected. Yeah, like cyber espionage, cyber warfare, online harms, they are interconnected with any other risk. Yeah. So as you realize, this interconnection actually tells us one thing, that this is a global issue. Yeah, when it comes to cybercrime, You don't see it only as one country's crime or one country's issue. For example, I take example online gambling, judi online or judol. Judol is huge in Indonesia, and it has been a nightmare for the government on how to deal with judi online, with the online gambling. But then if we look further, actually this online gambling is part of the global network of online gambling. This is only to mention one. And the other thing is online fraudulent or online scammers. It is also a global network that will involve lots of global cybercrime activities, including hacking, ransomware, then identity theft, cyber espionage. These are all interrelated, and sometimes also involves the money laundering and cyber terrorism and so on and so forth. So these are really global threat. And I randomly picked some of the news stories for the audience today. That this data breaches, cyber risk, is not only Indonesia or Malaysian problems, but it is a problem of everybody. Indonesia, Singapore, Malaysia, and many other countries suffer the same threats and issues. And if you remember, many of these, in fact, all of these companies that we mention here, they are all at one time subject to data breach. So if you are one of the customers of any of these platform or providers, then you should know that the personal data of this company had been leaked or had been breached at one time. This is quoted from some news stories in Indonesia, Kompas, Detik, Liputan 6, and so on. And one of the biggest cyber incident that happened in Indonesia was the National Data Center, Pusat Data Nasional, PDN, Pusat Data Nasional, who was subject to the ransomware attack and caused them to be inactive for several days, and then it has caused some of the national platforms and national agencies to be affected, and they could not work normally. So this was actually an embarrassment to the country, because we know that Pusat Data Nasional is supposed to be safe, it's supposed to be the hub for the national data, but yet it was a mess due to this cyber attack. So learning from the recent data breaches, now there was this Mr. Morgan Adamski, who from the PricewaterhouseCoopers, it is interesting to take his opinion when he said that adversaries, you see the last point, adversaries increasingly log in rather than break in. So they'll exploit legitimate accounts and authentication to process gain access. So what happened now, most of the hackers, they are not externals, they are internal people. They are insiders. They actually work inside the company. They actually have the authorized, or they have the legitimate login access, but they misuse that. That is the first thing. They misuse that. There's a second situation. They don't misuse, but they were negligent. They negligently leak the data and so on. So the situation is now different from the past. In the past, our main threat was from outside, people who break in. Now it is about people who log in, but rather log in excessively and without proper authority. So this is a cause of concern for all of us, or otherwise we may miss the whole situation. So this is what I mentioned to you. Indonesia has to hold or fall on online gambling ban, because as you see from the statistic that we have, the money which is involved in online gambling or judi online is staggering huge. So in the past 5 years, there has been 600 trillion rupiah, 600 trillion rupiah, being the cash flow of the online gambling. This is a report from abc.net.au, one of the reputable report from Australia. Okay. And when we say AI and we mention misinformation, this is a perfect match, because when you use AI, you can create whatever you want to create. You can create new story, you can create new video, you can create new figure, new people, new meme. You can change people, you can make people differently dressed. You can nudify people. Yeah, with AI, people can be nudified, meaning the original picture he was well dressed, but then because of AI he is without dress. Yeah, this one people can easily do it, and now it has been used by many to intimidate other people as well as to harass and bully other people. Yeah, this is very worrying, because the use of AI has been very easy and common among people, even including youth. Yeah, this is when I said AI has nudify websites, and it's very popular. AI nudify websites, because with this website you can make people nude. Yeah, and that will be very big problem. So I quoted when the Prime Minister of Malaysia said that we have to make sure the ethical and responsible adoption of the technology, including AI. In Malaysia, there has been huge problems about online scammers. Yeah, and I must say that this online scammers is actually a regional problem, if not global problem. If you see, this is one of the story which says that Cambodia has been quoted as a global scammer hub. Yeah, it has been reported by many, and because of the recent conflict between Cambodia and Thailand, some people managed to escape from Cambodia. Yeah, and tell their stories that they have been kidnapped. Yeah, in order to work for scammers, online scammers, and this is a global network. And Oxford used to come up with this cybercrime index worldwide. Luckily, our country, Indonesia, as well as other countries, yeah, in the region, are not there. Yeah, so as you see, the country number one, as quoted by Oxford, is Russia, Ukraine, China, and then the rest you can see it where the cybercrime worldwide actually originate from. So we are talking about cybercrime. Certainly, it is not new. It is about same, for example, fraud. Yeah, people being fraudulent, people steal money, people launder their money. But this time, it is being done online or digitally. Yeah, and this is not only one country's or one jurisdiction's work. In most cases, it is part of the global network. The categories of cybercrime, it may be computer related or computer content related, or it can be act against the computer system. Therefore, for this cybercrime, global cybercrime, we certainly need to work together as a global community. Yeah, because why? Because the cybercrime is a global problem. You cannot successfully and efficiently deal with that unless you work on it collectively together with other countries, other regions in the world. Yeah, we need this justifications to do against cybercrime within a collective and global measures. Therefore, convention is very important. So I'm coming to this last part of my presentation about the convention. As you see here from the slides, there are so many justifications why we need to work on the convention. You cannot work on your own, or otherwise your country become inefficient, or maybe your law will be outdated and cannot cope with the new types of cybercrimes that people are committing. And also, you don't want to be left behind, because otherwise the country will be a safe haven for cyber criminal. So any country who is not prepared with the cybercrime legislation or law will be considered as a cyber criminal safe haven. Yeah, when we talk about cybercrime convention, remember it is not only to harmonize the substantive law, yeah, but also to provide a collaborative and efficient collaborative mechanism or platform between law enforcement authorities from one country and the other countries. Yeah, so with the convention, hopefully we can actually work together. Not only we have the same law, but also we can exchange information. Yeah, we can do a collective investigation. Then we also can transfer or can deport the criminals or the suspected criminals, and so on and so forth. Okay, let me highlight to you the map or the landscape of international cyber law today. We have few laws such as, I think the most important is this one, Budapest Convention on Cybercrime 2001. Also, we have the right one. This is the eldest one, the oldest one, the COE, Council of Europe Convention 1981 for the protection of individuals with regard to automatic processing of personal data. So this is more on the personal data. And then we also have EU, European Union General Data Protection Regulations, or GDPR. And then among the latest one is this one, the UN Convention on Countering the Use of ICT for Criminal Purpose. So if I'm asking you, in which convention is Indonesia a participant? Is there any of this convention Indonesia is participating? The answer is no. Yeah, Indonesia has not participated in any of this convention, but Indonesia has been involved as an observer, especially for the convention 1981. But the rest we have not signed. We have not been a member of the convention. Now, when it comes to international cybercrime, I will pick these two. Yeah, these are the two cybercrime conventions that are currently exist today. Actually, the first one, the UN, has just been agreed or adopted last year, December last year, 2024. This is very fresh still. Yeah, there had been 75 countries, yeah, who signed for this. 75 UN member countries, and unfortunately, Indonesia is not there yet.
Apologize, Doctor.
How many more minutes?
No, it's because your presentation is not visible.
Not visible, what do you mean?
It's not appear in our screen. So can you please just reset your share screen?
Okay.
All right.
So has it not been moving from the beginning or what?
The
Which one is the
presentation
last
is
one?
not. No, there is no presentation appear in our screen.
But I thought you mentioned the screen was on before this.
Yes, but in the page when you talk about the cybercrime index, and then your screen is disappear.
The last one was the cybercrime index.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Is it this one?
It's not visible, Doctor.
Oh, what is happening?
Do you want to our operator to help you, Miss? Okay.
What about now?
Wait a minute. Okay, yes, it's visible now.
Can you tell me if it is now? Hold on, yeah. If it is now moving, let me now move the slide first. Okay, next slide. Is it moving?
Yes, it is.
Very good. Thank you. I think we are not much left behind. I mean, for this slide, yeah. I just want to highlight. I think I'll repeat this one. I will repeat this. Okay, this one. This is the most important one. Can you see now the international law, cyber law landscape?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
We can see your screen.
Okay, so as you see, this is currently the main cyber law landscape, cyber law conventions as what we have now in the world. But unfortunately, Indonesia is not a member in any of this. Yeah, not yet. But if I were to go further, okay, what about this slide, Madam Moderator? Is it moving?
Yes, it is.
It is, yeah? Very good. So we have these two. Basically, when it comes to cybercrime, online or global cybercrimes, there are two conventions. Let me tell you, the first one is the right one, which is 2001. It has, been there for many, many years, 24 years by now. But this started as a European convention, yeah, for European countries only. However, there were few more countries, non-European countries, started to join. And in fact, it has been joined by other countries from 5 continents. However, Indonesia has not been the member. Malaysia is not member. Only Philippines, only Philippines from Southeast Asia is the member of Budapest Convention. Okay. And not many countries in Asia, as a matter of fact, yeah, including Japan, Korea were there. Yeah. Okay, but now we have a very interesting development in 2024, a new convention by the United Nations. You know, when the convention is by United Nations, that means it is for everybody. Yeah, it is for everyone, for all countries in the world, all the member countries of the UN. So it was last year adopted by the United Nations, and until today there had been 75 countries already signed for this convention. Does it include Indonesia? No, Indonesia is not there yet. Yeah, so it seems that Indonesia is taking some time, yeah, to finally exit or maybe ratify later. So this is the situation. As you see, I'm putting this side by side, and you realize that the UN convention is having more content compared to the Budapest convention. Because for some reason, because it is the latest, so it can accommodate latest situations, latest problems. Not only that, this convention is very crucial because it is adopted by the UN. Yeah, so it is most likely, I would say, Indonesia should follow this one as opposed to the Budapest Convention. Yeah, and the spirit of the UN is actually giving more equal opportunities for member countries to participate. Yeah. Unlike in Budapest Convention, it all started with European countries. Not that I'm having anything against European countries, but then this is actually the criticism of many countries that this convention was considered or was felt to be more European centric. Therefore, not many ASEAN countries were joining at the moment. So I think it's a big chance for us, timely, for Indonesia to consider acceding as well as ratifying this cybercrime convention promoted and adopted by the United Nations. Even though we already have our own law, as you see here, the legal responses in the next slide. I hope it is moving. So as you see, we Indonesia already have few laws, such as Undang-Undang ITE in 2008, which has been further amended in 2016. Then we have freedom of public information, kebebasan informasi publik. And then we also have some other laws like Undang-Undang Pornografi, like Undang-Undang Peraturan Presiden on e-commerce and so on. But the latest initiative or latest development is in the law on number 27, year 2022 on personal data protection, pelindungan data pribadi. So this is the latest one. Of course, this is a good development that Indonesia continue to equip more laws to be able to respond. However, it is equally important to also align ourselves, align the country with the international development. And with that, then we will be able to actually harmonize the law as well as get more collaboration when it comes to enforcement. This is my last slide, the challenges in regulating digital technologies. Ms. Moderator, is it visible?
Yes, it is moving.
Thank you. So as you see, there are a few things that we can take away from my presentation. Number one, the legislation and judiciary must keep itself, updating itself. We shall ensure that the legal framework in Indonesia respond to all new legal challenges with new offenses. You see, when you are part of the convention, when you are part of the global community, people will actually update each other. What is new, in terms of new law or in terms of new cases, and therefore we are able to keep up with the changes, and therefore, if possible, we amend the law. Unless we are working with the international community, then we will not get a full view as to how the law is, which direction the law is going to. Yeah. Then the law should not be only responsive but also preventive, yeah, rather than only reactive. The law, when it comes to cybercrime, it needs to be preventive, meaning we need to have law which tells you what to do before, the break of any incidents, cyber security threat, and so on. For example, the requirement to manage and to audit the system, yeah, which is there in Malaysia. We already have that law in Malaysia, but in Indonesia, I don't see it being actually complied with or being legislated yet, where the law requires, especially the critical infrastructure, to make a regular assessment as well as audit when it comes to cybersecurity. Then there is a risk of over-criminalization. This is also a problem when we have more laws that define offenses, and it may come to this unwanted consequence. People start to criminalize each other. One of the best example is when it comes to defamation online. Yeah, everything we say online will be considered defamatory, and people will sue us. So this is what we don't want to happen. Hopefully the government shall provide a very firm direction as to how we deal with issues like that. Then securing international cooperation is very important, mostly required when addressing difficulty of enforcing the law, because we need a collaboration from the investigators. Yeah, maybe the cyber criminals work from other countries, or they involve third party or intermediaries from some other country as well. So this require an international collaboration. But last but not least, when it is very important to join this convention, we must keep in mind the geopolitics of cybercrime. Yeah? Geopolitics of cybercrime is there for you to consider between the various players globally, so as to know what is best, yeah, to approach when it comes to prosecuting or maybe investigating cybercrimes. So as a closing remark, yeah, as a social instrument, the law changes with the change of society. We must understand that. Meaning that our law must change when it comes to the law of the digital society, information society. The dynamics of cybercrimes requires Indonesia to keep its cybercrime law relevant and responsive. Yeah, and cybercrime emerges as another international and transnational crimes. Geopolitics, globalization, international trade, and regionalism are all playing important role. And last but not least is reform on cybercrime legal landscape requires unconditional commitment at home to seriously enforce the law, because it is no use if we just improve the law but we don't actually strengthen the enforcement. I think that is what I can share with you today, with some of the reading lists for you, and then also some information about my latest book, cyber law in Malaysia. But I also use international perspective in this book, just to share with you, which was published last year in 2024. So back to you, Ms. Moderator. Thank you very much. Shall there be any questions? I'm ready to respond. Inshallah.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Zulhuda, for your very thought-provoking presentation. And based on your presentation, your analysis shows that cybercrime regulation today goes beyond a criminal law. Your comparison of the Budapest Convention and also the UN Cybercrime Convention, together with Indonesia's legal framework, and also you mentioned about Malaysia and Singapore's, offer a strong basis for assessing Indonesia's future legal strategy, particularly in balancing international cooperation and also prevention and the risk of overcriminalization, while safeguarding due process and national sovereignty. All right, so now we have 10 minutes for discussion. So for participants who would like to deliver directly to Dr. Zulhuda, please feel free to turn on your camera and also your microphone. And actually, we have some questions through the chat box from Fernando Jose and also Miss Roro Mira. Do you want
Okay.
me to read that for you,
Oh,
or you
yes,
want
please read for
to?
me. Thank you.
Okay, so from Fernando Jose, he asks, how does the UN Cybercrime Convention balance the principle of state sovereignty with the need for cross-border cooperation in dealing with transnational cybercrime compared to the Budapest Convention? That's the first question first.
Okay.
And do you want me to read the second question?
Is it related?
Yes, it's
Yes,
because
please.
what are the international legal implications of Russia's rejection of the Budapest Convention on the development of global cybercrime norms under the United Nations?
Okay, so is the question coming from Peking University?
Yes.
Wow, interesting. Thank you, Fernando Jose. Yeah, what does UN Convention? Okay, as I have mentioned before this, we keep in mind the geopolitics. This is interesting. The Budapest Convention, as I mentioned, it started as a European convention. Yeah, so it has triggered resistance, yeah, from other countries, including including China and Russia. Yeah. As well as Brazil, many other big countries in the third world, in the global south, they refused, they resisted to join the Budapest Convention. And one of the main reasons is because they saw that there is this domination of the status quo or the establishment, yeah, from the European governments, which may be so difficult to difficult to negotiate. You are not in that position, yeah, to negotiate when it comes to enforcement. Yeah, one of the resistance is that an issue which is highlighted by Fernando about the sovereignty. Yeah, the issue of sovereignty, because when you are part of this convention, you actually would agree that there will be sharing of information, and then you will allow other countries, whoever the interested other countries, to actually to deal and to collect data from your country. So it has triggered issues as to what extent the country's sovereignty will be maintained. And because from the very beginning, there is no equal footing. You must understand, when it all started with the European, meaning the European countries actually have the privilege of being there first, being of determining, the rules of the game. So that's why other countries feel so reluctant, because they may not have an equal say, an equal bargaining power in the convention process. So as opposed to the current UN UN adopted convention, all the member countries of the United Nations have the equal footing, equal position to deal and to negotiate the convention. That's why the moment it was adopted by UN, within 1 year, 75 countries signed. This shows the more positive response from the global community, including, of course, Russia. China is already there. Interestingly, US is not there yet. For the UN convention, United States, US is not there. UK is not there. But Russia, China is already there. So you can see the geopolitics. You understand the geopolitics, right? But interestingly, other Western countries are there, like France, like Canada, like Australia. Germany is not there. Germany is not there yet. So you see, at the same time, all other countries in other part of the world join this UN convention. Though I will not deny the issue of sovereignty will still be there, because this is actually the logical consequence. When you agree to work together, you must understand that it is a take and give situation. It is a take and give. If you simply reject any foreigner or any foreign government to be involved in your local or in your national data sharing, basically, in other words, you simply localize your data and you are not sharing with other people, then at the end, you will be isolated. But what is more important here in the UN Convention is that everyone has an equal footing from the very beginning. So there is this room for negotiation between all the countries, and it seems to work well for now. Of course, it may be too early. It is only 1 year. We don't see it yet how things work as of now, but it is very well responded to. Okay, I hope that to some extent explain and respond to the question.
Okay, thank you so much, Doctor. Probably if Fernando has a respond also following question, you might just type it down in the chat box. And we move to the second question from Ms. Roro Mira. She asks about to what extent should governments be allowed to monitor online activity to prevent cybercrime, and how can we balance cybersecurity enforcement with the protection of digital privacy rights?
Yes, law enforcement will need to be put in a check and balance process. It cannot. We don't simply allow the governments to do uncontrolled enforcement. That's why we in the democratic countries we have this process. We have this mechanism. If people are not happy, what should they do? Where they should talk to? So I believe this will not change. This will not change, and that's why the legal regime on data protection is very important. And luckily we already have one, which is in 2022. Indonesia, even though it is little bit late compared to other countries, but at least Indonesia has in place this legal framework, except that, and I don't know what actually is happening until now, it has not been properly enforced. The law has been legislated in 22. They say within 2 years it has to be enforced, but until now it has been 3 years, more than 3 years. The government has not set up the agency, the authority, which is mandated by the law to enforce the law. There is no such thing yet. So if the authority is not established yet, how would you expect the law to operate? Unfortunately. So to that question, a key issue of to minimize this abuse of power, we require very badly the enforcement of the Personal Data Protection Act number 22 year 20 sorry number 27 year 2022.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. And here's a question from others participant asking about what role does artificial intelligence
What role does artificial intelligence play in both committing and preventing cybercrime? This is interesting. So, AI has a role in both sides. Criminals now have been using AI. I think everyone now already realized. In many ways, misinformation, disinformation, fraudulent offenses, intimidation, cyberbullying, and then cryptocurrency offenses, many others, including e-commerce related offenses. So AI has been used, and not to forget the infringement of copyrights and intellectual property rights. AI has been central, yeah, for used by the perpetrators. But at the same time, the government should use AI also to help them in crime prevention, in even in prediction, yeah, in analytic prediction to the crime. I mean, some countries have started at least get ourselves ready when patterns repeat, yeah, when patterns of criminal patterns repeat. So this one we should use AI also to detect. So to what extent? Yes, it has been used by both criminal and crime prevention agencies. And then how can blockchain technology be leveraged to enhance cybersecurity and reduce fraud? Tremendously. We can use blockchain technology. Yeah. Blockchain technology is very good, especially to retain the authenticity of the document. Yeah, we use blockchain technology in order to avoid fraudulent and falsification of documents, transaction, and so on. So blockchain technology, I think, should be used by whoever wishes to maintain the authenticity of the transaction, documents, communications, and so on.
Okay, thank you so much, Doctor. It was very comprehensive explanations from you. I will invite two other participants who would like to deliver their question if there's still any question.
Okay, just to
Or
inform
proliferation
everybody
of
here.
terms difficult to eradicate.
Sorry, is there a question?
Yes, from Muhammad Hendrik. He's asking about why is online gambling or judo so difficult to eradicate?
Number one, because the technology is so massive. Everyone has access to it, yeah? Has access to these online gambling platforms and providers. Even small children, yeah, this is a problem. Second, yeah, because now online gambling has transformed to a different phase. When people now are doing gambling, they don't know that they are doing gambling. They thought they're just playing games. Yeah. But they are happy because they got coins, and they were informed that this can be monetized. This is gambling. Yeah. And then people start to pay. Yeah. So I'm saying, the face of online gambling is no longer as if you are playing the wheels, like in the past. It can be like any content, yeah, people dancing, and then you give coins. I'm not too able to spell out how it works, but then I realized, why is it so messy? Because it looks like just any game. It looks just like just any content, that is the problem. And the third one or another factor is that the crypto. I'm not saying cryptocurrency caused the gambling, but it has been utilized, yeah, by many to actually to execute their gambling. Now people do not transfer money from banks or from e-wallet. They transfer cryptocurrencies, and this is not easy to detect. Yeah, and many others. Maybe I think law also needs to be improved. Our law enforcement authorities also need to be trained, and so on and so forth. Okay, I can see a lot more. Do we have more time, Miss Moderator?
Okay, probably we can just answer one question because of the limitation of time.
Yeah. How should governments and corporations balance investment between offensive cyber capabilities and defensive cybersecurity infrastructure? and what strategic roles does big data analytics play in predicting and preventing cybercrime? Okay, when it comes to cybersecurity, both offensive and defensive are very important. Yeah, but legally speaking, I'm telling you, because I'm sharing with you that I've been involved by the Malaysian government to prepare the Cybersecurity Act in the country. When it comes to defense, it is easily acceptable. But when it comes to offense, then you have to deal with some legal technicalities, because when you start offensive strategies, you might as well commit another cybercrime. Yeah. Therefore, offensive strategies must be dealt with carefully. But I agree that both offensive and defensive strategies in cybersecurity is important. But what I need to highlight really importantly here is the law should not be considered only for reactive purpose, but it must be prepared for preventive purpose. Yeah, you can go and read one of the scholars from Harvard by name of Susan Brenner. Susan W. Brenner. She wrote on how we should change our attitude to cybercrime, unlike our attitude to normal crime. Yeah, for normal crime, you wait until police report is made, then you take action. For cybercrime, if you wait until police report is made, by then the criminal has gone, evidence is gone. It is almost impossible to actually catch the offender. So preventive measures is really required, and I can say with you one of the legal initiatives in Malaysia Cybersecurity Act, it includes that preventive measures and what to do before things happen. Yeah, so I mean we can learn a lot more to see how the law needs to be more preventive rather than simply reactive. That is all, I think, Ms. Moderator.
Okay, once again,
Can I
thank you
just
so
say
much.
something?
Oh,
I'm
yes,
going
of
to
course.
share with everyone the link to my blog, which I provide my slide. I know the organizer may also provide the slide, but I normally give my slide to my audience. So I will write my blog in the chat room.
Okay, perfect. Yes.
I mean the
Thank you
slide
so
for
much.
this session can be found in that link. Yeah. So I
Okay.
just wrote it.
Okay, thank you. Doctor, do you have any closing statement or final statement for this session?
There are two types of entities in the world when it comes to cybercrime. Yeah, two entities or two companies, two type of companies. Yeah, number one, the entities or the companies that had fallen victim to hackers. That's number one. Number two, those companies or entities who do not know that they have fallen into hackers. So what I'm trying to say, all of us may have suffered cyber attack. Some of us know, some of us never know it until it is too late. So we better be very careful. It is real. It is not about what if, it is about when to happen. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, once again, thank you so much, Dr. Zulhuda, for your very comprehensive and fruitful presentation for today's session. And because of the limit of time, we apologize to all of participants. We cannot answer all of those questions. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this second session of today's APPIHI webinar. From this session discussion, we might briefly conclude that international law in multipolar era is no longer operating in natural or purely technical space. As we have seen from the discussion on intellectual property, international taxation, and also the cybercrime governance, legal regime are increasingly shaped by structural power shift and also technological transformation and geopolitical contestation as well. So at the same time, this challenge also open important opportunities for middle powers and also global south countries like Indonesia to actively shape more adaptive, balanced, and also inclusive international legal frameworks. And ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of APPIHI, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to our distinguished speakers and all participants for their valuable insight and active engagement through the session. Thank you very much for your attention. Now I give the floor back to Ms. Manika.
Thank you so much, Ms. Willie. Thank you to our distinguished speakers, respected moderators, and all participants for their valuable contributions and active participation throughout today's discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the end of today's webinar, Scientific Analysis Discussion on Navigating Global Complexity, Dynamics of International Law in a Multipolar Era. And on behalf of APPIHI, thank you for your time and judgment and enthusiasm. We hope the insights shared today will inspire further dialogue, research, and collaboration in the field of international law. That officially concludes our event. Wishing you a wonderful day ahead. Thank you and see you at our next event. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.